So we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's a board special meeting, but a board business meeting. So Michael, if we could get the flag, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. All right. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. All right, before we get to the meeting agenda, I just want to thank everybody for joining our virtual meeting. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the Governor's Order, Executive Order 7B. Obviously taping the meeting. Our agenda is found on our board docs website. You can go to the greenwichschools.org website, click on the Board of Education, scroll down in the meetings box, and you'll get to navigate to it. I know we've got some public comments tonight, people that signed up. Also, if you still want to reach out to us, members of the community, you can send an email to all board members by sending a single email to boardofedmembers@greenwich.k12.ct.us. Meeting tonight is going to consist of discussion by and among the board, the superintendent, the administration, and I believe we've got a couple external consultants with us tonight. I'd ask everybody to stay on mute when they're not speaking. And I would ask participants to state their name each and every time they speak. We're going to be using the raise the hand function, and votes will be done by roll call tonight. All right, with that, can I get a motion to approve the meeting agenda? All right, board members are muted. I'm going to go ahead.
All right, I'll move it.
Thank you, Christina. And I guess Medhurst, you'll second that. I see your hand up. Is that correct? All right, any discussion on the meeting agenda? Not seeing any hands, we'll take a quick roll call vote. Bernstein is a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that passes 8-0. Now onto the consent agenda. I understand that the funding for the Asia Society grant has been delayed. So I'm going to make a motion to approve item A on the consent agenda. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? No, because it's a consent agenda. I'll take a quick roll call vote. Bernstein is a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So next up is our annual tradition, the election of board officers. Before we actually get into the item, I'm going to make a motion. It's listed on the agenda. Under policy 9314, I move to suspend the requirements in policy 9121 that the election of officers be conducted in writing and that the written votes be made available for public inspection for the November 18, 2020 meeting due to the meeting being conducted remotely per Executive Order 7B. The election of officers will be conducted via roll call vote and the results will be recorded in the minutes. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Bernstein is a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the election process over to Ms. Stowe, our vice chair.
Very good. Thanks, Peter. So the floor is open for nominations for chair. I'd like to actually make the nomination for Peter Bernstein. Are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none. We do have to take a vote, and this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to do a roll call, and I'm going to do it alphabetically, so I get this right. And I'm going to ask you that you state the name of the person that you are voting for. So, ironically, Peter Bernstein, you go first. Peter Bernstein.
I'll vote for Peter Bernstein.
Okay. Christina Downey,
Christina Downey votes for Peter Bernstein.
Karen Hirsch,
Karen Hirsch votes for Peter Bernstein.
Joe Kelly,
What are our choices? Joe Kelly votes for Peter Bernstein.
Karen Kowalski.
Karen Kowalski's not voting.
Okay. Megan Olson,
Megan Olson, sorry, Megan Olson votes for Peter Bernstein.
Peter Scher,
Peter Scher not voting.
Kathleen Stowe, I am voting for Peter Bernstein. So that passes 6-0-2. Congratulations, Peter. With that, I'd like to turn this back over to you.
Thank you very much. All right, I appreciate that. All right, we are going to move on then to the vice chair position. So the floor is now open for nominations for vice chair. And I would like to nominate Kathleen Stowe. Are there any additional nominations? All right, hearing none, we're going to close the nominations and we'll be taking a roll call vote. So we'll do it again in alphabetical order. And please state the name of the person you're voting for. Peter Bernstein votes for Kathleen Stowe. Christina Downey.
Christina Downey votes for Kathleen Stowe.
Karen Hirsch.
Karen Hirsch votes for Kathleen Stowe.
Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly votes for Kathleen Stowe.
Karen Kowalski.
Karen Kowalski is not voting.
Okay. Megan Olson.
Megan Olson votes for Kathleen Stowe.
Peter Scher.
Peter Scher is not voting.
Okay. And Kathleen Stowe.
Kathleen Stowe will vote for Kathleen Stowe.
That passes 6-0-2. Thank you very much. And congratulations on another year. All right. Moving on to the position of secretary. So I'm going to open nominations for the position of secretary. Are there any nominations?
Christina Downey would like to nominate Karen Hirsch for secretary.
Okay. Are there any additional nominations? All right, hearing none, I'm going to close the nominations and we'll move on with our roll call vote. So Peter Bernstein votes for Karen Hirsch. Christina Downey.
Christina Downey votes for Karen Hirsch.
Karen Hirsch.
Since nobody else seems to want this job, Karen Hirsch votes for Karen Hirsch.
Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly votes for Karen Hirsch.
Karen Kowalski.
Karen Kowalski votes for Karen Hirsch.
Megan Olson.
Megan Olson votes for Karen Hirsch.
Peter Scher.
Peter Scher votes for Karen Hirsch.
And for the clean sweep, Kathleen Stowe.
Kathleen Stowe votes for Karen Hirsch.
Congratulations, Karen Hirsch. You have been stuck with the job of secretary. Congratulations and keep taking those great minutes. All right, with that, we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is our public hearing. So Michael, if you wouldn't mind promoting the GHS student government leaders.
Meredith, you should be able to speak.
Hello. Okay, hello to all the members of the board and to the people observing the meeting tonight. My name is Meredith Blanchard and I'm the GHS senior class president. I wanted to thank you all again for devoting time to student voices at each meeting. As I mentioned the last time I spoke, students and teachers have done an incredible job adapting to the use of technology as part of everyday learning. While Google Meets initially did not seem to measure up to the features contained in Zoom, the addition of breakout rooms and other new features have made it a much more useful platform. I again cannot stress how thankful the students are to the board, administration, and school staff for making the learning experience as normal as possible in these circumstances. One thing that has seemed to cause a bit of stress among students is uncertainty as to whether or not school is going to close. I think that school closures in Fairfield County, combined with a fair number of quarantined kids in our own school, has caused a lot of people to jump to conclusions about the spread of COVID within our building. However, I think that a lot of this angst could be quelled through slightly clearer modes of communication. I spoke to Dr. Jones in our last lunch meeting about possibly extending some parent newsletters to students, and also sending an email to remind students that the GPS website has a very informative COVID tracker. I hope we can find ways to help students better understand the specifics of what is going on with COVID at any given time. On a lighter note, student government has been brainstorming creative ways to fundraise without burdening small businesses who might be struggling due to COVID. In the works is a potential mask fundraiser in which students from each class would submit designs for a class mask. The winner would get their mask design printed for their whole class to buy. Thank you all for your time, and I will now turn the mic over to Mark Chen, our student body president.
Mark, you should be able to speak now.
Jones, members of the board, cabinet, and meeting attendees. My name is Mark Chen, student body president at Greenwich High School. I cannot emphasize enough how incredible it is a feat that we are still able to attend school in person, and might I add, safely. The district has done an outstanding job aggressively contact tracing cases, but as we enter colder months and cases rise around us, I urge us all to continue to remain diligent for the sake of our own health. Nevertheless, it is still important that we continue to make adequate preparation for a fully remote future, considering the needs of both students and teachers, particularly from a technological standpoint in terms of both resources and support. How can students best learn and how can teachers best teach? Screen time is another important factor to consider for students of all grade levels. Although the value of live instruction cannot be understated, digital fatigue for both teachers and students is certainly very real. I'm told that there are plans in the works for some version of an asynchronous Wednesday at GHS to help address the aforementioned digital fatigue, a concern and solution I discussed at our last meeting. I know that this is a step that would be greatly appreciated by both students and faculty, so I thank our administrators for continually listening and striving to better optimize our learning. With regards to student government, our VPs have been doing some truly amazing work. Our VP of Communications, Lily Bartles, recently sent out our first ever comprehensive monthly newsletter to both students and faculty at GHS. It included updates from student government and featured student articles written by student government representatives. We received an overwhelmingly positive response from students, but especially teachers, who appreciated this connection to students. It is our mission to better engage and communicate with our GHS community, and I am proud of the work that we have done thus far. Our VP of Community Service, Hadley Rosenberg, has also been coordinating with Greenwich Hospital to organize a personal protective equipment drive at Greenwich High School, and we are all anticipating it will take place in the beginning of December. As always, I thank you for your support and time tonight. It is always a pleasure.
All right, thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate that. And thank you to the students who continue to raise questions and help us navigate our way through this. Next up would be the GEA comments. Carol Sutton.
Carol, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I've had problems with my camera today, as Aaron will attest, so you may not be able to see me. Good evening, board members, Dr. Jones, cabinet, and members of the Greenwich Public School community. My name is Carol Sutton, and I'm honored to represent 900 members of Greenwich Education Association. Congratulations to Mr. Bernstein, Ms. Stowe, and Ms. Hirsch for your re-election to the offices. At your October meeting, I shared that teachers were feeling more comfortable with being in school. In the past 2 weeks, that has changed dramatically. Trust in district leadership and morale are falling as fast as COVID cases in the area are rising. Teachers do not believe that Greenwich Public Schools are the safest place to be, even though they would like it to be so. They also do not believe that Havemeyer, nor the board, nor many parents have a clear picture of what is going on in the schools day to day. In the interest of time, I will send you additional information to help shed some light. This evening, the 2022-23 calendar is on the agenda, but the only calendar that matters to teachers is the next few weeks. In a few days, countless college students will be returning home from near and far, many from areas that are in far worse shape than Greenwich. Will they abide by the governor's restrictions for travel and gatherings while they're at home? Maybe, maybe not. Similarly, over the holidays, countless families with children will be traveling to be with loved ones, some that they have not seen since March, unless on Zoom or FaceTime. They will take risks because it's simply too painful not to. And some will return infected. Will they be in school on Monday, November 30th, or on Monday, January 4th? And what then? Will Greenwich somehow be immune from what public health experts, not government or bureaucrats, have said? Public health experts have said that starting with Thanksgiving, the holiday season has the potential to be a super spreader. Greenwich truly is a special place, but it is not under a dome. Right now, Greenwich teachers are sick with worry about what is left of 2020 and sickened that the administration has said emphatically that there will be no change in plans or pivot to remote unless it's directed by the governor, notwithstanding that he lives here. Members of the board, as president of the largest group of employees working under your authority, I'm asking you to reflect on whether you believe it is in the best interest of the school community to stay the course during the holidays. Do you and your constituents believe this important decision should be left to Hartford? What are you hearing from your fellow board members in the area? My constituents have spoken to me. Please help the administration make the decision for remote learning during the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. All right, our next speaker is Brian Peldinas for PTA Council.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Yeah, can you speak up a little bit, Brian?
Yep, 1, 2, 3,
Thanks.
4. Okay. Good evening. I'm Brian Peldinas, president of PTA Council, representing the 15 school PTAs and the families of all of their members. Following on from our comments last month, traffic at North Street School has improved due to a significant decrease because of class quarantines, but beginning at the end of last week, traffic has returned to being dangerous in the afternoons. Traffic remains a concern, particularly as winter approaches. Thank you for improved health alert reporting, although daily reporting would be more useful for parents who need to make decisions about their children's health and safety. We continue to look for actions and additional data coming out of the ALP review published last month. PTA Council's ALP committee is ready to assist in any way they can. The special education review has suffered the loss of a valuable contributor on the steering committee. While we understand the concerns raised, we are concerned that the change will decrease support for and trust in the findings of the review. We earnestly hope this is not the case, as many students and parents are relying on the review to catalyze the resolution of longstanding issues. Jenny Reynolds has now joined the committee as a parent representative. We received pushback from our statement last month that parents should be asking teachers directly for the results from Linkit. Why are we asking? The published results from Linkit indicated that as of the September administration, 33.5% of math students and 47.3% of ELA students had mastered less than 60% of the prior year's grade standards. Percentages portray only part of the issue. In raw numbers, 1,510 math and 2,111 ELA students have not achieved even 60% mastery of the standards. Given these results, it is easy to understand why parents are asking for any available information and guidance about their students prior to the elementary school meetings in December. Turning to current agenda items, the STEM executive summary contains one goal for the current school year, a math textbook review. 2 sentences stand out as justification for this review. Quote, through the use of textbooks and resources closely aligned to the GPS math curriculum, foundational lessons, and differentiated instructions, students will experience a rigorous and comprehensive math program, unquote. And, quote, many students are accelerating through the math curriculum and resources are needed to ensure that every student is challenged. We agree with these statements. Parents want a rigorous curriculum suitable for the students of Greenwich, whether on level, special needs, or advanced students. Year after year, parents have requested access to curriculum. Year after year, parents have asked for resources that would enable them to see the concepts their children are learning. Parents want to be partners with teachers in the education of their children. Our confusion with this goal statement on page 25 is that it contains several references to the curriculum revisions, seemingly after the source of text or textbook have been identified.
Brian, if you could wrap it up, that's
Yep,
and
I
you
got-
can obviously email us if you want.
Yep. I got two more sentences here, or paragraphs. Does it not make more sense to finalize a curriculum, including scope, sequence, and pacing, then select the best resource to support that curriculum, or to select a single package curriculum, textbook, and other resources? If the curriculum has been finalized, it should be available to members of the review committee as a reference to ensure alignment with the selected resource, and it should be made available to parents. If the curriculum has not been finalized, it should be finalized prior to the resource selection. Thank you. We'll send additional comments.
Thank you very much. By the way, GOSA was listed. They are actually not able to come tonight. So I just wanted to make sure people understood why I didn't call on them. All right, next up is our community comments. We've got 11 speakers that have signed up. Each speaker gets 3 minutes. The timer will appear on the screen. I'll just remind folks that we would ask you to be respectful in your comments. It's fine to offer criticism of operations or programs, but not to direct those at any one individual. With that, let me pull my list up. The first speaker is Caroline Lerum.
Ms. Lerum, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Board of Education members. My name is Caroline Larum, and I'm a special education parent. I chair the Greenwich Special Education Advisory Council and co-chair the Special Education Support Committee. Tonight, however, I'm speaking on my own behalf. I want to share a concerning experience that's taken place over the past few weeks. 2 weeks ago, I was fired by the Board of Education from the steering committee of the PCG Special Education Review. Despite my tireless work and advocacy for the GPS special education community, I was removed from this position after I filed a complaint with the Connecticut State Department of Education on behalf of special education families. To be clear, this complaint was filed on behalf of parents of students with special needs. This complaint was not a personal complaint. I'm also not planning on personally suing any BOE member, as some have stated. I, along with 2 other parents, filed a complaint because it's being reported that special education children in this district aren't receiving their mandated service hours, among many other things. There has been parent outcry to the BOE for months, and there has been no meaningful action on the BOE's part. My termination from the steering committee is clearly retaliatory, but more importantly, it's a tactic to silence and intimidate parents who speak out and don't always align themselves with the views of the district. I have respectfully and tirelessly advocated for an external, independent, and balanced review, knowing that this review has the potential to shape our special education program for years to come. I have read and nearly memorized every document PCG has issued. I've also talked to numerous parents who have shared concerns. I've relayed these parents' concerns to PCG and the other members of the steering committee. I've asked a lot of tough questions, but we all know that many times the tough questions are the most important questions. Many of my questions and comments to this date have not been answered. If they have, I would not know, as there have not been any updates to the public regarding the audit. All of the parent concerns I brought forward were dismissed. For example, a few members on the steering committee stated that they did not feel it was necessary for parents to give individual one-on-one interviews, despite an outpouring of parents stating that they do not feel comfortable sharing their personal stories in focus groups of 10 to 12 people. Additionally, some BOE members have stated that this audit is for the BOE. However, I would just like to remind everyone that this audit is not just for the BOE. This audit was secured after countless special education parents attended and spoke out at numerous BOE and BET meetings. It was parents who advocated for this audit. It was because parents went to the BET with pictures of their children and told stories about this district's special education program that were horrifying for anyone to hear. It was the BET who secured this review in the capital budget so it would not be cut by the BOE, as it had been for several years. Despite these unfortunate events, I urge all special education parents to remain engaged. Do not be deterred by those who will try to silence you. There is wrong and there is right. When you see something wrong, you should always speak up. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Audra O'Donovan.
Peter, I'm not seeing her in the attendees list.
Okay, Audra, if you were logged in via a phone number, I don't know how we're going to recognize you. All right, we'll move on to our next speaker, Jennifer Kutai.
Ms. Kutai, you should be able to speak.
Hi, okay, I'm here. Every 5 years or so, a group of special education parents gather and speak in front of the Board of Education and the Board of Estimate and Taxation regarding the abysmal state of special education. And then, subsequent to those complaints, parents are awarded a review. There have been 6 said reviews over the last 20 years. In all of those reviews and audits, not one bit of guidance offered to this district has ever been followed. Parents say they gave up fighting either because they suffered from post-traumatic stress or fear of retaliation. Today, that cycle continues to repeat itself. Currently, there is yet another review being done by PCG. The question remains, what will be different about this review? Thus far, PCG and this Board of Education has used a method called stacking to ensure that there are many more meetings with district personnel than with parents. Moreover, this administration and Board of Education has fired a parent from the PCG steering committee for signing a special education state complaint. To date, it is one of the most despicable acts I have witnessed. Please help me to understand how that makes this process equitable, fair, and transparent. Perhaps more importantly, PCG has stated that they have not been hired to make any changes to the district's policies or procedures. When parents began speaking up in June of 2019, one of the topics we spoke about with the district was the district's policies on response to intervention. At that time, one of the board members here tonight said, quote, "To be candid, some of these issues should not be foreign to the 8 of us. Some of these stories, this is not the first time we've heard them." That was 18 months ago. Furthermore, 10 years ago, in the Oswego review, these exact same concerns were raised about RTI, as did the last study done by Key to Ed. Again, what efforts or changes to policies or procedures have you made over the last decade to make any changes? It begs the question, why haven't you done anything at all to respond to concerns about district policies raised month after month, year after year, in study after study by both parents and teachers? Why hasn't this administration said, we've made mistakes, we need to work with these parents to change our policies and procedures? But you haven't. Instead, your mantra has been to instill tremendous fear and retaliation against parents who have selflessly devoted their time to our most vulnerable population. Parents of special education children will not relent until significant changes are made to the district's policies, ones that enable our children to access an equal curriculum to that of their mainstream peers. A board member here tonight told fellow board members,
That's
quote,
time. Thank you
"It is
very
not
much.
a strategy
You
that
can
reminded
submit-
them
you can
that they
submit
should
additional
not be
comments
shocked."
via email. Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is Francis Nobe.
Ms. Nobe, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Frances Wu Nobe, speaking on behalf of the PTAC Remote Schools Special Committee. Later, you will hear additional remarks from my co-chair, Bob Cheney. Firstly, thank you for providing robust in-person and remote learning options for all our Greenwich families. As marking periods end, school pictures are posted, and pumpkins are painted, it may be easy for families to forget how much work is and was involved to make life as normal as possible on and off screen. Thank you very much for all you do every day. That said, we don't rest on our laurels. Even through the pandemic, we persevere and grow. In order to ensure Greenwich Public Schools come out better, stronger, and more innovative than before, we must continuously improve. One of our remote learning families reminded me of a Japanese saying, "Wazawai tenji de fukutu tanasu," which means turn misfortune into fortune, or in other words, out of adversity, we rise. To that end, I'm asking Dr. Jones to distribute the district-wide panorama survey to students and families to check progress and identify gaps in our challenges. Our remote school volunteers have sent surveys to the CMS and WMS remote learners, but the power of a district-wide panorama survey is that we can cut and compare results by multiple dimensions. The pandemic has highlighted opportunities and exacerbated district-wide gaps, which is why the survey should specifically ask all learners, remote and in person, do you feel welcome? Do you feel included? Do you feel seen, heard, supported, connected, engaged, strong? Do you feel safe? Do you feel stressed, overwhelmed, frustrated, anxious, lonely, tired? Do you feel like you belong here? These are real issues and real needs that must be met first before curriculum success. Or in other words, for the educators listening today, Maslow before Bloom. We need to know how our learners, especially our remote learners, are doing. The district-wide panorama survey, if utilized correctly, will provide actionable insights and highlight opportunities for improvement to emerge from this pandemic stronger and more resilient than before. We look forward to seeing the survey. Further, as this is a local taxpayer-funded effort, we request public access to the anonymized raw data for community analysis for those so inclined. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker is Diana Willey.
Miss Willie, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Diana Willey. I'm a 15-year veteran of the Greenwich Public School System and a 2015 distinguished teacher. I'm here tonight to plead with the board to consider making a few concessions that would greatly impact the quality of education and the quality of life for this district's educators. We teachers are overburdened, exhausted, overwhelmed, and concerned for our health and the safety of our families. Too much is being asked of us, while too little has been taken off of our plates. The lack of staffing due to quarantine protocols means that we are covering other teachers' classes, sometimes multiple times a day. Planning for both in-person and remote learners effectively, in addition to our many other responsibilities, takes hours and cannot be accomplished in the one free block we are allotted. We are stretched too thin, often working long hours outside of the school day and sacrificing time with our own families to plan lessons because we have no other choice. And then, of course, there is COVID. In my cohort, I see the same students all day. Unified Arts, World Language, and Special Education teachers, however, are cross-cohorted and teach multiple different grade levels. Our classes are packed, many with 20 students or more and few to no free seats. This is particularly concerning as new cases of COVID are diagnosed each day. While teaching, I am not supposed to approach students or linger too long at their desks, yet my desk is just inches away from student workspaces because our school was not designed to accommodate social distancing in large numbers. I am also worried about whether parents are sending their children to school sick or in spite of exposure to COVID-positive individuals. What if teachers are coming to school sick because they know that there are not enough substitutes and do not want to contribute to staffing issues? At the end of each day, I am mentally and physically exhausted, as are my colleagues all over the district. I am here to speak for them. For these reasons, I would like to invite any willing board member to please come to my school and spend a day in my classroom. I'd like for you to see what pandemic teaching looks like. Experience what it's like to teach 2 classes simultaneously, remote and in person, 5 times a day, wearing a mask, chained to your Chromebook, afraid of infection, and yet desperately trying to do your job. This year we are in the trenches and we really need your help. My request tonight is that you please do more to protect your teachers. We want to do this job, and let me be clear, we want to be in front of our students. What we need from you, however, is a better option to do so. I am asking for a better in-person model for the middle school level, elimination of Wednesday meetings, more half days, and stricter COVID policies. I believe that these could all help to alleviate and may even prevent many of the issues we are currently facing. As Dr. Jones said, the teachers need their jobs. This is true, but to be done well, our jobs must be sustainable and safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Bastek.
Ms. Bastek, if you unmute yourself, you can speak.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Stephanie Bastick, and I'm the Eastern Middle School PTA co-president, along with Michaela Kolbeg, who will be speaking tonight as well. We would like to share our concerns with our current district-wide social emotional learning program, Second Step. It has been brought to our attention by faculty who are currently using the program that there is a stronger, more effective program available. Second Step is neither solving our children's social and emotional issues, nor is it meeting the needs of our students and faculty. It has also been brought to our attention that Second Step was updated this past year and that it still does not address the needs of our community. The number of risk assessments being done is at an all-time high, meaning students who are at high risk for hurting themselves has increased at a much higher frequency than normal. There are also many behavioral concerns around respect, social norms, and bullying. Fortunately, there is a program being used in neighboring towns called Ruler that has had great results and success. The Ruler approach teaches emotional intelligence to people of all ages with the goal of creating a healthier, more equitable, innovative, and compassionate society. It works on identifying and regulating one's emotions and providing the tools necessary to respond as your best self. The Ruler program is so successful because it is not just one-time lessons that are delivered to the students as Second Step is. Our current program is a push the play button program, not an approach that the whole culture of the school adopts like Ruler. Outside of the lessons, Second Step does not affect the whole school environment, whereas Ruler does, as it is embedded into the overall school climate and culture. It is a social emotional approach that the school adopts, which involves all stakeholders in the child's life: parents, administrators, teachers, and the students themselves. Wilton, Westport, Weston, and New Canaan are all using these programs and seeing incredibly favorable results. Parents are included in Ruler as necessary participants through evening instructional programming to support their children and through parent communications sent home after lessons. In surveying local parents, not one knew what their child was learning in Second Step, and there has never been communication with the parents about the lessons and how to implement them at home. Furthermore, to quote my senior daughter at GHS when asked about Second Step, quote, "I have no idea what that is." And my 6th grade daughter, "That is something we do once in a while when the teacher goes through some slides." Concepts in Ruler can be used inside and outside the classroom as well. Our counselors have spoken to us about the frustrations with this program in place, as it is not helping their students in a meaningful way. Many of the district counselors, teachers, psychologists, and social workers are also in agreement regarding this frustration. A further note, we find it concerning that no one is reaching out to these counselors, therapists, and teachers to assess how the program is working. To request feedback as to how the impact and benefits of our current SEL program is having on our children. The answers are there, but no one is asking them. Serious social and emotional concerns for our students are probably one of the few things in Greenwich right now we can all agree on. Thank you very much, and Michaela will continue.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Michaela Kolbeg. Please go ahead.
Ms. Kolbeg, if you unmute, you should be able to speak.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yes, thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Michaela Kolbeg, and I am the co-president with Stephanie at EMS. And I also wanted to thank you for this opportunity to share our thoughts on our SEL program. So it makes perfect sense for the district to take the next step and consider replacing the current program with this new program Ruler. Conversion to this program would be quite simple. You have 2 to 3 staff members from each school, and they would attend a summer program that can either be online or in person. And they would then bring the program to their respective schools and teach it to the staff in the fall. And fortunately, they could also use the part of the program while they are learning it, and then with full implementation with students and parents commencing in the spring of 2022. And now more than ever, our students need lifelong tools to identify and respond to social and emotional decisions they make on a daily basis. And this program would better equip parents to support their child at home, and it would give the school staff the tools that they desperately need to help the students. And one of the benefits can be illustrated with a tool that they call the mood meter. It works for students from kindergarten through 12th grade. And so actually all of the components of the program run through those grades. Teachers and counselors, they can conduct a 60-second check on the mood meter to gauge where the students are emotionally. And depending on that assessment, the student is then provided with a 4-step process to manage their emotions and move the meter when needed. And the teacher can subsequently ask the whole class which area of the meter they are at, and then respond accordingly to achieve the best results of teaching for that day. And this great tool only takes a minute to implement. And we will send you further program details as well as cost in a follow-up to tonight's meeting. So in summary, many who are working in the buildings every day, interacting with our children, all agree on how concerned they are and that things are moving in the wrong direction. There is so much talk about the importance of social emotional learning, but the reality is the second step is not the right program. And as a district, we can do better, and we should provide a program that students can actually learn from and that has a positive impact on our entire school community. And luckily there is a solution, and we are so thankful that this ruler program was brought to our attention. Our children's social and emotional health has to be a top priority right now. The situation is urgent and it needs to be addressed accordingly. We thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you very much. The next speaker is Mimi Duff.
Ms. Duff, if you unmute,
Yep.
you should.
Got it. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Okay. I am Mimi Duff, and I am speaking today as a parent and not in my role as a PTAC Vice President. By many counts, I've lived the American dream. I grew up the youngest of 4 daughters and attended public school in Brookfield, Connecticut. I was the captain of the high school math team. I studied engineering at Cornell, and I went on to have, by most accounts, a very successful career in finance. I now also have the great distinction of having 4 daughters myself. My district had advanced math classes starting in elementary school, and I recall them being gender neutral throughout. This is not the case in Greenwich. When my oldest daughter was in Math Alp at Parkway, she was the only girl in a class of 9. She's in 10th grade now, so I've had some time to think about this. Did you know that Cornell Engineering is now 50% women? Carnegie Mellon's computer science class of 2021 is 50% women, and that the GPS 6 to 12 math department is 69% women. Yes, that's right. Our math teachers are overwhelmingly women. Yes, girls like math, and they are pretty good at it too. We just don't seem to be identifying them for Math Alp. We are sending a message to the girls at a young age that they're not as good in math. In the process of trying to understand the problem and get accurate and current data from the district over the course of years, I've learned that the gender data in the 2015 to 17 ALP monitoring reports was misstated due to an error. I learned that for 2018-19, girls made up 30.5% of the Math ALP population. I was assured that the current data would be in the October ALP report. To my dismay, the 95-page report did not mention gender. I've been told that things normalize in middle school, but without data, it's unclear what that means. If, in fact, the numbers do normalize, on the one hand, great. On the other hand, I'm left thinking, why are we excluding them in the younger years, which would result in better preparation for middle and high school? Within the past hour, I have received some district data. So thank you for that. And I hope it's okay to share to further this conversation. The 2019-20 Math ALP was 30% girls for grades 2 to 5 and 35% this year. Recall that ALP students are combined due to COVID. The double jump girls in middle school are indeed improving at 38% for both of those years. We await high school data. I am asking our ALP math population to look something like our district population. I'm asking that the ALP admissions process be transparent and that alternative pathways, which are so often used, are better understood. I'll close with this. When talking to someone recently, I was told I could see where that would be of interest to you. You have daughters. Well, Board of Ed and GPS, you have daughters. Half your kids are girls. Let's help them fly in math. Thank you for your time, service, and consideration. An extra 5 seconds.
All right, our next speaker is Allison Buck.
Ms. Buck, if you unmute, you'll be able to
Yep.
speak.
Yep, just did it. Hi, my name is Allison Buck. As many of you know, my son is a 5th grader in Glenville School and suffers from a rare brain disease that has left him completely wheelchair dependent. Next year, he's supposed to go to Western Middle School. Western is not fully accessible. To go to any classrooms, he would need to use a lift accessed from outside of the building. When he has lunch, he would then need to go back outside, up a ramp into the cafeteria. If he had specials, he would then need to leave the building, go up a hill and all the way around the front of the building to the entrances by the band and chorus rooms to enter. Not only is it unacceptable for a disabled child to have to exit a building multiple times a day to just go to school, it isn't safe. Even a simple cold is dangerous for Sam. Expecting him to be outside throughout the day in inclement weather just isn't okay. Sam with his wheelchair weighs about 125 pounds and is very hard to maneuver. Even the tiniest bump in the sidewalk can make it impossible to push and put the wheelchair at risk of tipping. Anyone who has ever pushed a wheelchair knows that it has terrible traction, and pushing it in rain, snow, or ice is simply not safe. Pushing it up a hill in these conditions is downright dangerous, both for Sam and his para. One option is that he goes to another middle school in town. This is not a reasonable alternative. We are not willing to send Sam across town to school. He's very sensitive to heat, and even a short bus ride can be hard for him. A ride across town to attend school isn't an option. Additionally, Sam is a big part of our community on the west side of town. Everyone knows him, loves him, and knows how to interact with him. Anyone with a sick child will tell you that community is everything. Support of that community keeps us going in an impossible situation. To lose that because he can't go to our district school is simply unacceptable. The district knew this was coming for the last 6 years, but no move has been made to make Western more accessible. I understand that there are other schools that are in far worse shape that are more immediate priorities, but something needs to be done in the short term to make it safe for our son to attend school. We know the timeline of this is tight, and we have already discussed keeping Sam at Glenville until the school is accessible for him, but this does not buy us much more than another year or two tops. If it isn't possible to renovate the school in this time frame, the district needs to look at alternative options to ensure our son can safely attend school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Silky Ulrich.
If you unmute, you will be able to speak.
Hi,
We can hear
my
you.
name is Silke Ulrich. I attended the Linkit meeting yesterday, and I'm very concerned that the Linkit assessment results will not be provided to parents. Mark D'Amico went as far to say that the Linkit assessment was going to be used as an instructional tool. However, Linkit is and has been communicated to the Board of Ed, the district, schools, teachers, and parents as an assessment tool. He also said that parents would not be able to understand, and I quote, teacher speak. And teachers would first, and I quote again, need a script to discuss the Linkit assessment with parents. This is disturbing. We as parents are partners with the school in the education of our children. Some of the excuses included were that teachers are not fully utilizing the tool as of yet, that they need more professional development for the tool, or that they need to be more comfortable with it before they can discuss the assessment with parents. He has not given a timeline of when they will be ready, but said it wouldn't be this year. The test was already given in September, and they are planning to do 2 more for a total of 3 for each school year. If there are areas in which a child is struggling, the parents have every right to know, and they should not have to wait for it to be disclosed the following year, as the child then loses a year to get outside help in the areas in which they are struggling. This is unacceptable. Our taxes pay for the salaries as well as all the instructional and assessment tools that they are using to educate our kids. The school is obligated to provide parents with any data that pertains to their child's education and growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Trotman.
Ms. Trotman, if you unmute, you can speak.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Jones, cabinet and meeting attendees. Tonight, I'd like to speak with you about social emotional learning. These are tough times for all of us, especially on our teachers, especially on our school counselors and our students. and they are under a great deal of stress. And we will have a fallout from this year, and it will take a toll on people's social and emotional wellness. So I've been working with various PTAs and administration at ISD over the years to develop programming for parents that will help them feel supported and informed and connected. And now I'd like to just make a really strong plea for the Board of Ed to begin to think proactively about the social emotional education of our kids based on the program called Ruler, which is out of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. And it is an evidence-based program, which is very key when it comes to any social emotional learning program. It needs to be evidence-based. This program has been shown to actually increase academic achievement by 11%. So not only is it something that will help the school climate, it will help teachers feel supported because they will have this wonderful information that's based on latest up-to-date brain research. It'll also be extended to the parents because there are wonderful resources for parents as well to support their children's learning and in the context of their social and emotional wellness. And you know, what happens to kids when they feel trauma or they feel stress is their brains shut down. And people can't learn as well if they're not taken care of from a social and emotional standpoint. So this is my, I agree with our earlier speakers tonight. I really would love the district to start to look at this program out of Yale called Ruler, which would be a wonderful thing for us to adopt as a district. And we can start with one school, or we can start with a couple of schools. It's a program that's brought forward over a 3-year process, and it's a fantastic program. I just want to say that there is a course that can be taken through the through Ruler, and it's open to all educators in Connecticut, and it's a free course. It's called Social and Emotional Learning in Times of Uncertainty and Stress, Research-Based Strategies. That's a little bit of a separate thing, but that's available to all Connecticut educators. So I really hope that we will begin to be prepared for the fallout that will happen as a result of the stress that all of our kids and families and teachers are under. But we can do it if we just stand together.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Medhurst.
You may begin, Jason.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jay Medhurst. I'm a RTM member in District 1. I'm also the district's delegate to the Education Committee. More importantly, I am the dad of a Julian Curtis kindergartner, and my youngest will be at Julian Curtis in 2 years in 2022. The reason I'm speaking tonight is to encourage your support for the feasibility study, which you'll be looking at a little bit later this evening. I spent quite a bit of time thoroughly reviewing both the study and the associated presentation that the board received back in October. And what I was most impressed by was the forethought that went into this building in this school in the 1940s, the 30s and the 40s, and the future proofing they did to make sure that it was a viable investment in the kids of Greenwich for what is now coming up close to what, 75 years. The little things like putting in a basement as opposed to just putting things in a slab, making sure there's access to the back for mechanicals. Those would have been easy things to not do. But what they've done is made the building and the school something that's become an icon and something that can continue to serve the community. And I think we have an opportunity now to make the same kind of smart investments in this school so that it can serve the kids of the district and really the whole town, because it's a magnet school, for another 75 or 100 years. I looked really closely at the study. I think there's a lot of really good stuff in there. Obviously, this is the first step. There's a lot more to come. But this is the right move for the kids. This is the right move to make this the most efficient and effective school it can be. So I really hope you will support the study and let this move forward. I know it's the right thing. I was on the finance committee last term. I'm very sensitive to how we are looking at capital improvements. And when I look at the things we're doing now to set up success for decades to come, I'm really heartened by the choices that we're looking to make. So thank you very much for your attention and your time, and I hope we'll have your support later in the evening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, last but not least, Bob Cheney.
Mr. Cheney, if you unmute, you may speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Bob Cheney. I'm the PTAC Remote Committee Co-Chair with Francis, who spoke earlier. I'm also the father of 2 boys who are remote learning. This evening, I just want to take a little bit of time to talk about asynchronous teaching as it pertains to remote students during the remote teachers' absences in their classes. Of course, it's understandable that every teacher will need to be absent throughout the school year. We're all human. However, as a parent of a remote student, it is very difficult to have the teacher be absent as there are no remote substitute teachers at this time. The student in a class with a remote teacher who is absent is just given their assignments and told to finish the assignments for that day. This is a big concern as there is a void here. Parents have asked separately about wanting an assistant for the remote teachers who might be overwhelmed, and the answer has been that there's currently no need and no teachers have really been asking for an assistant in the remote classrooms. My idea would be to have one, or hopefully more if possible, assistants to remote classes that might need assistance, and that these assistants can also be substitute teachers on days that a remote teacher needs to be absent. I think this is very important and needs to be addressed, and I think we should talk to Tony and Mark about this. Again, I want to make it short but sweet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the end of our speakers that have signed up for comments tonight. We're going to move on to our monthly reports, starting with the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Bernstein. Just a couple of items tonight. We did have a lot, or I did have a lot of information in our family note last Friday. So if anybody missed that, I do encourage you to go on the website and look at that. It talked about quarantines. It talked about cohorting. Right now with COVID, our decision-making is really listening to those specialists in the field. And I can't reiterate that enough. We have our Connecticut Department of Health, the epidemiologists at the state level. I'm on meetings every week, and we're learning and continuing to take their guidance. Locally, we also have our doctor consultant, Dr. Katie Noble. We have Caroline Baisley, who is our Director of Health for Greenwich, for the Greenwich town. And we also have Mary Keller, who is our head of nursing. And it's a collective group that really are watching the data, are listening to what the experts in the field are saying about, where transmission is happening, whether or not our schools should be open, whether we should consider other alternatives. So I share that just because it's not something where we're just sitting and waiting on the governor to say time to close schools. We are listening to those that are expert in the field. And I will say, had we not listened to those people, we also would not have opened. So, it's really important to think back that we've used their guidance about closing and we've used their guidance about opening. And, we're going to continue to do that. And could that guidance change at any time? Certainly. And when it does, we will listen to that guidance. I also just want to mention that Ham Ave, if you haven't driven past there, their project is coming along nicely. A lot of those, I think there may be a few trees that aren't quite planted, but most of them are now around the perimeter. So that project I know was one we were waiting on for quite some time. So it's great to see it really progress. Also, those people who are budget watchers, we did present the budget. It is online for those of you that want to go and either see the presentation or to look at the book online. It's very granular this year, so you can really, I think, understand a lot of the school budget. There's a lot of information in there. From our student comment tonight, I want Meredith to know I am working on how I can message something like the family note to GHS student note. I am working on that. Last Friday was too quick for me to pivot and make a change. We are meeting weekly on our special education audit. The committee actually had a meeting today and continuing to work with them. We've pulled files. That process is all starting. We are preparing for the parent survey and the community survey that will go out. So be watching for that. And I think I'll leave it at that for tonight. Thank you.
All right. Tony, I actually had a question. I was wondering, it's Peter Bernstein, wondering if you could give us an update on the special ed audit.
That's what I was just mentioning. I'm sorry, I didn't maybe reference it that way. We meet once a week, the steering committee does. We have 2 PTAC members and 2 Board of Ed members, and it's really to make sure that they are meeting with the consultant firm to help guide the process and give input. Right now, the survey is being prepared, the draft survey that will go out to everybody that wants to take that survey to provide feedback. There's actually an open comment section as well. So people need to feel comfortable that their voice will definitely, be heard. We are also working on the data pool, which I just mentioned, but that's all of the file reviews that PCG has talked about, where they look for things that are process oriented. They're looking specifically, are we consistent in how we're writing our IEPs? They have a tremendous amount of data that they have requested from the district. And so that's all in transmission right now. We're working through that. It's about 3 pages of data, a lot. So we are making progress and they're moving aggressively. They also held a lot of their focus groups, and there will be a few more of those coming up. And then they will also be doing some more meetings with some staff just about process questions, and those are in the process of getting set up as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Scher.
Hi, Tony. Thanks for the update. I got a little confused about what you were saying about a community survey. I know we've had lots of discussions in the strategy committee, which you come to over the last 3 weeks about the Panorama survey, which is the student climate survey that we run annually, and it runs in the spring. So I'm a little confused about this so-called community survey. Can you help explain that?
Yeah, it's really a special education survey, but what I meant by
I wasn't talking about that one. I was talking about the anything relating to COVID or school climate. Do we have any plans to do anything on COVID or school climate?
We do our school climate usually at the end of the year. I think you heard a request from a public comment tonight about doing an additional survey, but that's the first time I've heard that comment. So I write them down and go back and reflect on them. I'm not sure that it would be the Panorama survey, but again, I had never heard that before. So I'll have to go back.
I was just a little confused by that. Okay, thank you for the clarification. The other one I wanted to ask about, Tony, is could you clarify what people are saying about Linkit? I mean, the board, you and Mark presented a presentation to the board of the Linkit rollout. And it's online for anybody who wants to go look at it. I went back and looked at it when I heard about this yesterday.
Yeah.
The rollout is, I mean, according to your own charts and the presentations to the board, this was fully rolled out in the fall. So I'm a little confused on what, I don't understand what's happening. And maybe you could explain that.
I'm going to speak for about 1 minute and I'll turn it over to Mark because he was in that meeting. So that was referenced. But, Linkit is an instructional tool and it is going to take time for our staff to learn this tool. And I think that was part of the discussion, is that you can't expect teachers just to take an instructional tool and in the middle of a pandemic, mind you, in the first, 8 and 9 weeks of school, to be highly proficient at not only using the tool, but being able to understand the many different ways that it can pivot and look at standards. And you saw some of that on the slides. All of that is ongoing right now. So Mark, I don't know if you want to add to that at all, but part of it is the time factor and making sure staff are ready to share information.
Yeah, Peter, good question. And I'm going to echo what Tony said. And I appreciate the comments. What's that?
Is that actually your house?
No, this is one of the virtual backgrounds. Do you like it?
I want to be you. Wow. I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead. More seriously.
No worries. I appreciate the comments that one of the speakers had. Listen, we have a new tool. It's very exciting. I know the teachers are really having it. That said, and you've heard this from the mouths of teachers and the GEA president, they're exhausted, they're stretched. During their planning time, they're being pulled to cover classes. Professional learning time is at a very high premium right now. And we've had very few passes with teachers started to go through and dive into what Linkit can do for them as they understand their students' results. And so here's an example. This afternoon at 3:45, I sat in ISD student assistance team meeting, and this was maybe their second pass through as a data team and looking at the Linkit features. I'm all information to parents, and I think it'll be a wonderful tool to use at conference time moving forward. I just want to make sure that we do it well. We approach that app developers take and push out the first version and then pull it back and say bugs, we're going to do a fix in 3 months. I just worry about if we release the information too soon without the consistent messaging from all of our teachers, will that create uncertainty and additional confusion down the line?
Mark, I fully support everything you're saying. All right. And I don't want to get into this because it's a superintendent's report, but let me say this. I'm going to tell you what I think parents are saying. Okay. And it's a set of administration decisions that you're hearing about, feedback. So I hope the administrators are listening, not arguing. All right. Parents are used to getting information about how their students performed. Okay. And they're used to getting it at regular intervals. It's been poor in a lot of cases. The STAR reports haven't been clear, so on and so forth, right? This is the reason that the board made a nearly $1 million investment in a system to give a student profile to students, okay? It was supposed to be rolled out last year. Dr. Jones made a decision not to do that. She then made a decision to turn off the system that was 6 years of data, full learner profile. And when asked about it, the board chairman said, that's an administrative decision. That's fine. That is an administrative decision, okay? The response was, I'm going to replace that. That decision, by the way, was notified to the board in the dark of night in the last few days of June when the school year had already closed. And now parents, it was positioned as this thing is the replacement. This thing is the benchmark. We will now be benchmarking student performance against standards, and we will be sharing that information. It wasn't presented as, oh, we're going to buy a new tool and it'll maybe be ready to be shared with parents in a year. So I think you guys need to think about how are we going to let parents know how students are performing? And they're particularly anxious about it in the face of COVID. I mean, we made a decision not to do STAR. We made a decision not to do SBA. We've made these decisions, or the superintendent made these decisions. That's fine. You guys need to figure out how you're going to let parents know what's going on with their children. And that's the issue. It's not Linkit and teacher training and that's all a distraction. That we have to find a way to let parents know, because everyone knows their kids have severe learning loss. You can't pick up a newspaper where that isn't discussed. And this idea that we're going to live in a data desert and not explain that to parents for up to 12 months, that can't be the answer. So that's what I think you're hearing, and I hope you'd focus on that instead of the Linkit training. part, because that's not, I don't perceive that's what parents are saying. They want to be partners in education and understand what's going on with their students. And right now, there is high anxiety. They have no idea where their kids are academically. And we need to focus on that problem, I think. One man's opinion.
If I just may make a couple of comments, Mr. Bernstein, just because
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we have people watching. I always want to make sure it's factual. So the decision not to do STAR was a local decision last spring. We didn't feel like it was healthy for our kids in the middle of this pandemic. And I think that was the right decision. Not to do SBA, that was the state level testing, and the state did not test any school districts across the state. So that was not a local decision. And, you know, last year we did, as my superintendent goal, the very first month I was here, my goal was very clearly to evaluate ECRA. We actually said that because the feedback from a lot of our staff was that it was not giving us what we really needed to understand how to adjust instruction for children. So we did spend the year looking at that. We have not lost any of the data that was inside that data warehouse. We have all of that data and all of that information. And again, I was very transparent last year. We were going to be evaluating that. It wasn't an end of the year decision. I just want to be, you know, make sure people understand that. Thank you.
That's not true.
And I will say as a parent, we rolled out STAR pretty quick and most parents never understood the STAR reports that we got. So I hear what they're saying. All right, Ms. Stowe.
Sorry, I know we want to get to the crux of the meeting, but one quick question, Tony. High school midterms, can you explain the decision there and why we're not doing that?
This is a high school decision, you know, from their leadership team. And I don't know if Ralph's here, he's welcome to jump on if I don't articulate it well. I think they just felt that it was best for students at this time. And again, when we're talking about the stress, and you've heard several of our parents talk about SEL tonight, the stress of midterms, and they feel like they actually gain instructional time back, which right now that's also incredibly valuable by not taking several days to do all of the midterms. And they feel like it's best for the school. So that's why I sent it to the board, you know, ahead of time. So if anybody had questions, but I don't even know if they've announced that at this time. They may be still in the staff discussion mode. I don't know.
No, they did. I wouldn't have brought it up if it hadn't been announced.
I was in meetings all day, so I'm not sure. Okay.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hirsch, and then we're going to move on.
Yes, I was going to just note that the information was sent out to parents today. And I'm just hoping that we are going to work very hard. Again, we are talking about stress and anxiety for our students to properly prepare the students, especially the freshmen who've never taken a midterm, let alone a final. You know, they do need to be able to prep and learn from midterms before the finals roll around as well. So I'm hoping we are going to address that as we go forward.
All right, next up is reports of officers, committees, and liaisons. I know the budget committee met, so Ms. Stowe, maybe we can start with you.
Sure, met last week. Actually, even some VE team members joined us, which was great, so we can keep the conversations flowing. And please, everyone send Sean and Tony questions. Are we creating, I should ask this, are we creating a Google Doc that we're then going to sort of share back with everyone so we can see one another's questions?
Yes, my goal is we're working on all of the questions right now. We put your name there and the questions underneath your name, just so that if something's not clear, you'll know it was your question. And we will have that, the first iteration of all the questions that we have as of today, we're hoping to have to you by Friday.
Great. And then I'm hopeful, and I'll coordinate this with the committee as well as Sean and you, Tony, that we should probably have another meeting maybe the week after Thanksgiving, but we'll obviously take that offline. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kelly, I see your hand up.
Sure. I'm very excited about our two projects that I have some involvement in. Is the stadium project. We're very not going to steal much of Sean's thunder as he explains the schedule, but we're getting close to taking those old bleachers down. Those served us well, those 50-year-old bleachers. Maybe we're going to sell some of those sections off to the community as keepsakes. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. But we're going to take away the old bleachers and get started, and hopefully, well, I won't steal any of Sean's thunder. He's going to explain the schedule. And also the JC project, the Ed Specs. Once again, I'm very excited about the addition of the preschool. and hopefully we certainly prove these ed specs. And I really appreciated all the support we got from the community in a number of emails over the last couple of days. So very excited about those two projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Ms. Hirsch.
I wanted to give an update on two committees that we've been participatory in. One will be, I guess, discussed a little bit later when the STEM report comes up. Mr. Scher and I are the Board of Education members on the Curriculum Council, and we are starting, well, I should say the Curriculum Council is starting a review of textbooks for the math program as they look to sort of revise math curriculum overall. We have been given two presentations thus far. It's been exceptionally informative, and I know that there are plenty more to come, and our teachers are certainly engaged in the process, asking incredible questions, and I will say it's been a very educational experience for those of us on the committee thus far. The other committee I would like to give a brief update on. I think Tony addressed much of the comments that I was going to make in regards to special education audit. We have two incredible parent representatives on the committee, as well as myself and Karen Kowalski, and we have been meeting with PCG weekly and sharing questions, comments, and concerns, and ensuring that they are getting the documents and the materials that they need in a timely fashion. I know we have asked them, based on some community response and questions, about focus groups and adding additional opportunities for input from parents as well along the way. They are going to be looking into opportunities to do that. They are also going to be sending out both staff and parent surveys soon. We don't have the specific date yet, but we are working towards ensuring all the questions will get to give us the answers and information needed to make some incredible opportunities and for change going forward. So I will suggest again to anyone watching that if you have questions, comments, and concerns as things are going forward, please do certainly reach out to the us on the steering committee or the board as a whole, and we will be happy to pass along information as well. So thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Olson.
Hi, just that the Distinguished Teachers Awards Committee met again. And, you know, this year we usually have many names come through, non-nomination packets. And this year, as we heard earlier, addressed in the comments alone, that this year of all years, our teachers are going above and beyond and really deserve nominations. So if I could just, you know, put a word out there that all the listeners and spread the word to nominate teachers. Like I said, I can't think of a time when they would deserve it more. The deadline for the nominations is Thursday, March 11th.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Scher.
Just a reminder to board members, the strategy committee is meeting quite regularly. We're honing in on the survey for the strategy process. You remember that that's a key step in the strategy process. We're getting kind of towards the end of our work. Sent a note out. We have plenty of input from Karen and myself. We have some pretty healthy discussions, as well as the superintendent giving us input. I sent a note to the board a few times and pretty lengthy and specific, asking for any input from the board. I recognize people are busy, but if you want to have input to the process, please go back and read those notes and let us know. You can either come to the meeting. It's probably easier to send email input, and we'll take it on board. We want as much participation as possible, and input from the board is critical.
Thank you. Just to remind board members, so we have several standing committees. The strategic committee, the strategy committee is actually an ad hoc committee. What I would likely do is, as we've done for the past several years, send a survey out to board members about committees they'd like to be on, you know, get that back fairly quickly, and then hopefully at our December 3rd budget meeting, we could formalize the strategy committee for another year, because that work needs to go on. With that, we're going to move on to our first discussion item, which is the Western Middle School soils update. So Dr. Jones, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to turn it over to Ryan Wolfstrom, who is here with Langen. And I believe the last time he was in front of us was April. So he's going to give you an update on what has been happening at Western Middle School for the soil. Ryan?
Thanks, Tony. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Great. Yep, so to reiterate, my name is Ryan Wolfstrom. I'm an environmental engineer with Langen. And I've been asked to give an update to this group since we haven't spoken since May of this year is what I have on my records. So first, in June of this year, the Western Middle School property entered into the Connecticut Voluntary Remediation Program, or VRP. The primary objective of entering into this program was to allow for a formal mechanism for the state DEEP, to review and provide input on the remedial planning for the project. So since entering the VRP, we've had several meetings with the state DEP and the United States EPA. And we have also completed a site walk of the Western Middle School property with our DEP project manager, Jeff Wilcox. During one of our meetings with DEP, and due to the uncertainty of where the impacted fill material that we've identified beneath the athletic fields, there was uncertainty of how far it extends to other areas of the property. And for that reason, they asked us to do an assessment of the southwestern border of the athletic fields as it adjoins the kind of school buildings portion of the property. So we did a number of borings along that border to assess whether or not that fill material is there. And the good news is that we did not see it in our soil column during our borings, and the analytical testing that we did on those soils were below state standards. So that was good news. We also installed more bedrock groundwater walling wells at the site, and we've completed additional groundwater sampling. And more good news from that front is that the compounds that we are seeing in soil beneath the athletic fields are not being identified in groundwater at concentrations exceeding applicable regulatory standards. So given that the fields have been subject to or open to infiltration since the fill was placed there in the early 1960s, our results suggest that contaminants in the fill are not or are no longer leaching or migrating down into groundwater at concentrations that would warrant regulatory action. So another piece of good news on that front. We're working diligently with the regulators, both DEP and EPA, for feedback on the remedy, with the aim of starting remediation this coming summer. As recently as this morning, I've exchanged emails with our project manager, trying to get another meeting on the books. We're hoping to meet with him again next week, virtual meeting, to get more consensus on the remediation framework. We are also preparing a series of non-environmental site work documents addressing site layout, grading, drainage, athletic field design, including base turf materials, soil erosion, and sediment controls and associated details. And we've done some preliminary wetland survey and started other non-environmental site-related permits that will likely be necessary for the project, including local wetlands applications, planning and zoning applications, and Connecticut DEP general permit for stormwater and wastewaters during construction activities. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Ryan, while members are sticking their hands up, as Peter Bernstein, just ask if we have a general sense of timeline. I know you said you're setting the next meeting with the state, but do we have a sense when we might be able to be ready to actually do the work?
We're shooting for this coming summer. A lot of the things that need to happen between now and then will really dictate the detailed construction schedule and when we can actually start. We still don't have a consensus on what the state and EPA are going to find as a reasonable approach for an excavation depth, where we've been shooting for somewhere between 1 and 2 feet. And as of right now, we don't have a thumbs up on what's going to be an accepted remedy from a depth, from a cut excavation perspective. So I think in the coming month, maybe 2, we'll be able to provide a more detailed estimate from a timing perspective.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Hirsch?
Well, Mr. Bernstein, you asked my my first question, which is really what sort of timeline. The students really have not been able to step foot on that field for I don't know, at least 5 years, I think. And it's high time we get this project started. That being said, I was pleased to see that your testing has shown that a lot of the stuff that's in the soil has not really filtered outside. And I was just wondering if that had sort of changed the depth that we are looking for. I think you sort of addressed that a little bit in what the response you gave to Mr. Bernstein. But I know that our last presentation had multiple options as to depths to go down. Does this tell us that we don't need to go down as deep as some of those suggestions were in that report?
They're somewhat considered independent discussions. The fact that we don't have groundwater impacts to be addressed is a positive for the project. Meaning if we run into any dewatering issues, or we're likely not going to be asked to do any groundwater remediation here. But it doesn't have a real direct impact on how deep we're going to be asked to excavate across the site. So it's not bad news from that perspective, but it really depends on what the state and EPA are going to consider an appropriate remediation excavation based on all the elements of this equation. So we are still waiting on that feedback from the regulators on how deep we're going to be have to excavate the site.
Well, thank you. The sooner we can get that, certainly the better for our students. So thank you.
Understood.
All right, Mr. Kelly.
Hello, Ryan. I went over your report today and yesterday and the day before that as well. It was quite interesting, but it's quite detailed. So I didn't really understand most of it, but what I do want to summarize is what I'm being, or from you, is being asked, or what I'm asked by our community. Is there anything myself / the Board of Ed can do to move this process along quicker? Is there one thing we could do, multiple things we could do, anything we could do at this moment?
It's a decent question, Joe. I can think about that, maybe get back to you. Offhand, I can't think of anything. It's really just, it's an iterative process because we're not proposing to do something that's 100% by default acceptable under the regulations. There's a back and forth process between us, the town, the state, and the EPA with respect to an acceptable remedy. As I've kind of outlined previously on some of these meetings, there aren't many of these projects across the state where you're trying to leave impacted materials in place at depth at residential or school properties. So there's a lengthy back and forth process between us and the regulators. But I can think about your question and get back to you.
Well, if along the way you think of something and it's between meetings and there's something I could specifically do, please go get my phone number, which is listed on the website, and then contact me, because the community is certainly putting lots of pressure on us and sort of making it that we have wearing some responsibility for this delayed process. I'm not blaming you, of course. I'm just making you aware that I am fully aware and capable and ready to act if need be. So thank you.
Understood.
All right, Ms. Downey.
Okay, a couple of my questions have already been asked. I guess you said, if it all goes well and we could start next summer. I guess the question is how long. Obviously, it depends how long, how deep we have to go in the digging. But kind of in your best case scenario, how about that? What's the time frame for remediating and getting the fields up to a usable status?
Yeah, you're right.
In a perfect world, if everything clicks into place and you say, okay, you can start in when school gets out, what are we talking about?
So best case, meaning that we're able to get an improved remedy from both the state and EPA. That's just a 1 foot excavation with an artificial turf restoration. That's the shortest construction duration. I think we had estimated about 45 construction days, which means that we can get it done in one summer period. But as you get as you get deeper and deeper with the excavation, that obviously is going to extend, and that comes along with additional transportation disposal and additional construction schedule. So it really depends on ultimately what's accepted.
And then as a follow-up, and obviously it's really difficult, but in terms of our costs, I think, you know, we're in a budget period of time cycle here where we're trying to allocate money for next year. And we want to be sure we're allocating a reasonable number. And it's really hard. Again, and maybe do you give us a best case scenario number, or it's just too premature at this point for you to do anything?
Yeah,
Other than the estimates we saw some time ago.
Yeah, those estimates kind of still stand true. Most recently, we've assessed 8 remedial alternatives. The least expensive one, I think, was $8.5 million, but they get all the way up to about $25 million, which is the entire removal of all fill across the site, which is something we've been trying to avoid. So it's going to be somewhere in between there.
Okay.
I think 8.5 at this point maybe is a little unreasonable to anticipate it's going to be that low, but maybe 10. Yeah, I'm guessing because we obviously don't have a consensus from the regulators at this time. But
right.
Yeah, that you know, between 8 and 15.
Which it could be months before we get that clarity.
That's correct.
Correct. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Scher.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan, this option that we talked about was the one that required the most variances. What's the status of getting those variances from the EPA and Connecticut DEEP?
We haven't requested any variances yet, Peter. We still need to obtain essentially verbal consensus from both EPA and DEP before we start issuing or submitting requests for specific items. I think we're getting very close, Peter. Like I said, I think maybe within the next month or two, we should be able to feel much more comfortable where EPA and DEP stand from the perspective of what they're going to approve. So no variance requests have been submitted as of right now.
Well, help me understand that. So what you're saying is you get into this verbal negotiation with them, and then everybody winks and nods at each other that maybe they'd accept something, and then you guys actually submit paperwork that follows that up. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's a discussion. We've already shared all remedial alternatives with the regulators. We've been asked to collect more data. It's reasonable to assume we're going to be asked to collect even more data.
Don't worry, they've been asking for data for 5 years, so it doesn't surprise. That's not new.
That is accurate, yes, and that's what, as part of our forthcoming conversations with these regulators, we will eventually get to a point, hopefully sooner rather than later, where they're feeling comfortable about the remediation approach. And once we have that consensus, at that point we can start submitting formal requests for those variance requests.
Ryan, what I'm trying to get at is, look, we have to go request money to fund this project. There are some of us who think, based upon what we had heard and what the superintendent had represented, that we need that money ready, like right away. And this project's gone on so long, I don't want money to be a delay. So, but realistically, if it's not a good idea for us to go ask a bunch of money and for it to sit on a shelf. That really undermines the credibility of the Board of Education that it can't manage its affairs properly. So, which I don't think is right. So I think we're, I realize you can't get pinned down because there's a bunch of different moving variables, but I think back to Ms. Downey's question is, what's the likelihood we're going to have an approval for anything to do any work starting anytime? We'll only be able to do it in July and August of 2020. Well, I don't know. Maybe we can do this outside. We can do this while school's open, but I got to imagine parents are going to have high anxiety about that. So, and more anxiety this year is not a good thing. What are the odds with this thing? I had the impression we were going for the one that was the cheapest option that required the most variances, which would be the longest regulatory process, regulatory approval process. That's okay, but I think we need to get realistic about when we're actually going to need money to pay contractors to put shovels in ground and cart dirt away.
I think this summer, 2020, is not an unrealistic um, expectation to start construction.
Okay,
You're right in the idea, right as of today, as we're speaking, Peter, we have not felt the warm and fuzzy with EPA and DEP about the 1 foot remedial excavation, which is the shortest duration.
Mhm.
They've made it very pretty clear that they would they likely be looking more a deeper excavation. They haven't told us that depth. Could be 2 feet, could be 3 feet. But that once we get that opinion from both EPA and DEP, which, like I said, we're hoping is coming very shortly, that's when we can really start, putting the variances in and getting the ball rolling to allow for construction to start this coming summer.
Thank you for that clarification. I realize it's your best crystal ball, not something we can take to the bank.
All right, any additional questions? Ryan, thank you very much. Obviously, we're anxiously awaiting this. As Mr. Chair mentioned, we're trying to plan for our budget that starts July 1, 2021. So keeping us up to date on this will be very, very helpful. All right, with that, we're going to move on to the STEM program executive summary. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Carabillo and Mr. D'Amico.
Good evening. Mr. D'Amico and I are pleased to introduce Sheila Saval, K-5 Coordinator of STEM, Andrew Byrne, the House Administrator of Folsom House and Math, and John DeLuca, the Program Administrator of Science and Technology at Greenwich High School. Sheila will be presenting a summary of the report, and Andrew and John are here if you have any questions about STEM at the high school. So Sheila, thank you.
Thank you, Ann and Mark. The first thing I'd like to do is present some highlights of what's in the important concepts that are in the report this year. The STEM program executive summary components are the STEM program overview, the program goals for 2018-19 and 19-20, as well as summaries of progress made on each goal, program costs for curriculum revision, instructional supplies, textbooks, and professional development for math and science, the 2020 Advanced Placement Math and Science Assessment Data and Discussion, 2019-20 Professional Learning, curriculum development for 2019 and 2020, and the focus on our 2020-21 K-8 math textbook review. With regards to professional learning, in-person professional learning was held in the fall 2019, and that included curriculum updates for teachers in August, Greg Tang math workshops for the district and in 2 elementary schools with grade level teams, NGSS lesson demonstrations and debriefs for our elementary and middle school administrators and the high school principal, and the November 5th Professional Learning Day for the district. When the district transitioned last March to remote learning, the academic team facilitated professional learning to support teachers in remote instruction. The STEM and humanities coordinators held weekly sessions on digital tools, technical questions with IT, and question and answer sessions, and we had Friday weekly drop-in office hours for K2 and 3-5 teachers. Throughout July and August, the academic team facilitated synchronous and asynchronous professional learning for teachers, which was optional. Topics included setting up your Google Classroom using Google Meets, Jamboard, Google Slides, Screencastify, Nearpod, and Dreambox. All of these sessions, as well as the sessions that were presented in August, are recorded and they're posted in Google Classroom so that teachers can access them at any time. Curriculum development and revision in math and science was completed in summer 2018 and 19, and that's been outlined in the executive summary. In summer 2020, a new curriculum review cycle was implemented. Funding has been reallocated to support that new plan. Middle school science curriculum development was completed in July 2020. With regards to the K-8 math textbook review for 2020-21, during this academic year, the focus of the STEM program will be conducting a K-8 math textbook and math resources review. The K-5 textbook was implemented in September 2013. The middle school textbooks were implemented in September 2014. The publisher no longer supports these editions of the textbook, But most importantly, there's a need for a resource that's more closely aligned to the curriculum, the standards, and contains resources to support all learners. We have a number of students who are accelerating through the math curriculum, and resources are needed to ensure that every student is challenged. The goals for the K-8 review, including the implementation plan, budgetary implications, professional learning, and curriculum revision, are outlined in the STEM executive summary. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Looking for board member hands. Sheila, I wanted to ask you, it's Peter Bernstein, while we wait for board members to raise their hands. You mentioned the textbook review for K-8. Where do we stand on textbooks at the high school?
We are in the, I can give you a general statement, but I think Ann has more of information on that. We do have started with John and Dana at the time, a phased in review of where we are with textbooks in terms of how old they are and how closely they're aligned. But really, Ann has more of that information than I do at this point.
So I've been working with Andrew and Dana with all of the high school with their requests for textbooks and for curriculum review. So we've started that process. Andrew just went through the process to renew our subscription for our calculus classes and courses, correct, Andrew? Is there anything that you would like to add to that?
Not at this time.
All right, I'm sure the students in calculus are overjoyed. All right, Ms. Hirsch.
Sorry, I had to hit the unmute button. So, you know, in looking through the STEM report, you know, I was slightly disappointed that a lot of this report was simply restating other reports with not a lot of the new data or updates. I know we didn't get data this past year due to pandemic and a lack of testing. I know you even noted the reduction, the decrease in AP scores in all disciplines this year due to the impact COVID had on instruction and exam prep. But I mean, I would even posit it to say those scores were impacted not just by the shutdown, but also by the College Board who changed the format and timing of those tests at the last minute with no information given to educators on how that would change how they would prepare our students. And I think that had a lot to do with that impact. But so I did have a quick question. I note you've said that we have not hit our math goals for the past few years. I'm sort of wondering why you think that is specifically. I mean, we've offered professional development and targeted individual professional learning using the same outside support. You know, I'm not sure how many years we've had Greg Tang. I know I've heard wonderful things. I've been to some of his parent classes as well. But why have we not seen growth during that time? Significant growth, I should say. What do you think?
I think part of it is we're in the process over the last 3-4 years of revising our curriculum documents based on feedback from teachers. The frustration with that was that we had documents in many different places and teachers really needed a comprehensive document that had all of their resources in one place. We've added digital resources to support them, Dreambox and ST Math and iExcel. But it is a process when we are remediating gaps. And I think we have the biggest challenge we have this year has been because of COVID. We have implemented launch units in most of our courses to try and remediate some of the gaps that exist with kids. But I think it's a combination of different things. We have had growth, but you're absolutely right, it has not been significant. So as we are looking for ways that we can jumpstart that growth, one of the things we looked at was the primary resource that we're using, and it is at best loosely aligned to the curriculum. So we really feel that if we can shore up the resources that are available to teachers that are more comprehensive, more closely aligned to our curriculum, then we should see an increase in achievement.
So I had two other one is, well, I guess our high school team members that are here might answer this one. I know, you know, you noted in the report that we're not hitting our growth targets at GHS. And I noticed that majority of our professional development is aimed at our elementary schools and sometimes our secondary schools. I'm sort of wondering why we're not offering more to our high school educators, as well as, you noted in the report that the curriculum revision work for the high school was canceled. Was this only due to budget? I'm just wondering how it supports our learners. If we're revamping things at the middle school and then they move to the high school where the revisions really haven't taken place, of how that flow works.
We actually did revise biology, chemistry, physics, and marine biology. The majority of that work was done in 2019. There was some work that needed to be done this summer, but it was a combination of budget constraints, but also we've implemented a new curriculum review cycle. So science is not front and center of that. So we did not hold high school curriculum development, but we have had curriculum development at the high school every year over the last 8 years.
And I guess my last question before I turn this over, I mean, I have a bunch, but one of the things you noted across the board was difficulty for students having, supporting students who have difficulty with word problems in math. I'm sort of wondering what supports, I know you've started adding more practice for those students. I'm sort of wondering how you're going to be able to support that for the older students as well. As there's so many of those word problems on the SAT, our students really do need that support if they've missed it at the elementary level as well. So we, even if we're bringing that in for the younger students, I want to make sure we're also giving that to the older students.
One of the things that the actually K-8 teachers are doing and have been doing for the last year and a half is a problem of the day. They've been every day mostly as a warm-up. They come in and there is a word problem ready for them. The teacher goes over it with the main strategies for solving it. Most of those problems are recorded in the math journal. That has become a really important component of the program. And teachers in the middle school, in the upper level courses, have been using those as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Scher.
Sheila, I have a bunch of different questions, but maybe I'll just ask a few and then let other board members, and then we can go back around. One of them was just a little bit something you just said that I wasn't sure I caught properly. Did you say that you're the curriculum coordinator for K-5?
Yes, that happened as of July 1st.
Okay, so who's the curriculum coordinator for 6 through 12 or the whole? Who does that job?
I'm going to defer to Ann on that.
Yes, so we changed the model, Peter, and you should have, you got information about that. The high school actually has gone back to the House administrators. That's why Andrew is here. That's why John DeLuca is here over science. They've gone back to actually having that control, working directly with their high school staff. When we moved our coaches out of Havamara back out to the elementary for math interventionists, we left our 2 middle school coaches, which are the four content areas, and they're out in all 3 of those buildings working directly. And then Ann oversees that for 6 through 12.
Okay, so we don't have a coordinator of curriculum K through 12 in the district.
Not K-12.
Kind of every elementary's doing their thing, middle school's doing their thing, and high school's doing their thing?
There are people that are in place at each one of those levels. And the key is having Mark K-5 and having Ann 6-12. And that is a connection that was really missing before, because we had people that were K-12 and from my humble opinion, an impossible job for them to be out at all of our schools and really have their finger on the pulse from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. So we went in, and that has been a realignment. And again, that's shouldn't be new news because the board was informed about that.
Yeah, no, I knew when you left Irene, you decided to reorganize. I wasn't aware that in the most important academic areas that we have are our core. And you know, that's language arts particularly, mathematics next. The other parts of humanities and science. That's essentially our core. And I'm really surprised we don't have anybody out there coordinating all that in those subject areas who are subject matter experts in the area.
I think when you look at Andrew and John, who are on this call tonight, they know their subject matter far better than if we try to have one person that we're expecting to be an expert in K-12. And so we feel like this is
I need
actually
an expert in mathematics, Tony, somebody who's working for to use the EduSpeak that you and your predecessors have used 100 times. It needs to be vertically and horizontally integrated. Now we have a scenario in this model. I mean, I don't want to debate it. It's like there's now 3 separate loosely, I don't even hear them affiliated. I mean, I don't hear somebody say, oh, there's a committee of the 3 and they all coordinate. I just hear there's a K-5 person. There's some middle school people who are real job are as coaches, not curriculum content developers. And I've always known at the high school, they kind of, you know, did their thing and that kind of works, particularly with John and others leading that. But the fact that there's nobody looking over the whole, I mean, the place that comes together in the whole in your model is you. Because Anne is doing half and Mark's doing another half, if I hear that. Not the important part. Sheila, can we, I want to ask you some actual performance questions.
Mm-hmm.
How many students last year achieved their individual growth targets?
I'd have to get that information for you, Peter.
Okay. It would be helpful in the future with these reports, these monitoring reports or whatever we change the name to protect the guilty. It would be really helpful is there's key board metrics. And it would be helpful if when we get a report, it provides the data on the board metrics that are on the strategic scorecard that the district is driving towards. So if you could get that, that would be great.
I will get that.
The other one is what percent of 8th graders last year, all of our 8th graders last year completed algebra? Do you know?
That I can get you. That's just the enrollment information I can get you. We had a number of students who completed algebra, but also we have students who are completing geometry and this year algebra 2. Because we offered 2 summer school courses in geometry and algebra 1. So we had students.
I'm interested in the board's, you know, the board has long had a goal, right?
Yes,
the board's
75%.
goal has long been, a number of years ago, we were supposed to be at 75% of students in 8th grade.
Yes.
Will take algebra by the end of 8th grade.
Yes.
And
I can get you the latest enrollment information on that.
Yeah, and the summer school, I don't think is a part of that. I think the question that we always asked was that. And the last part is, what's the status of the math pilot, the personalized learning math pilot? Where are we with that in terms of it rolled into implementation? Where is that now?
After we did the initial 2 years of the math pilot, personalized learning became part of the mainstream curriculum. So right now, for instance, in mathematics, we have playlists, choice boards in every unit in K-5 math. So that became something that all students and teachers do. And that was what we reported out 2 years ago now, when Irene had that discussion with the board.
Yeah, but it was the mechanism by which we were going to provide rigor and the ability for students to kind of accelerate as they needed to, particularly outside of the OUT program. So I'm wondering how that actually got implemented. It was also the way that the way it was presented to the board is that was going to be the mechanism by which the board the system was going to achieve the board goal of 75% in algebra by 8th grade. So it sounds like, okay, I mean, I'm wondering how that whole thing fit together. That was how that was supposed to happen.
Well, again, after the initial 2 years, Irene and the academic team actually made the personal learning part of all of the curricular areas. And in math particularly, we started to develop areas that would give students choice, and they would be able to accelerate through concepts and study them at a deeper level. And so we did do support documents for teachers to use. So that's where that became. And then in middle school right now, we have an increasing number of students who are accelerating through the math curriculum and going to higher levels and achieving greater coursework by the time they get to 8th grade.
Can you provide?
Peter, I've got a couple of people with their hands up. Can you finish this one and then we'll move on to them and we can circle back.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm doing, Peter. Can you provide some follow-up data that illustrates that or illuminates?
Yes.
That?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Downey.
Hi. So there's a lot of stuff about like historical goals and levers, but I didn't see anything really here talking about our current year's goals or any future year's goals, because it, as part of the continuum. And I know without testing in the spring, but I would like to see something about what our goals are for this year, how we're planning to achieve them. To Peter's point, some data on where we are, because if we're not achieving them, how are we going to? I don't know what you can say about that.
Well, the reason why there isn't a lot of data in the report is that we didn't have SBA last year. So a lot of the data that you saw in last year's monitoring report wasn't available this year. So that really was my dilemma when I was putting this report together. The focus of the program this year is the K-8 review. So that is the goal for this school year.
But that's a review. That's not really goals for our students, right? I mean, that's the difference. Instead of saying what you want your students to achieve versus a goal for the program, right? I totally get that we need to do a K-8 review and decide about textbooks, but what do we want our students to be achieving this year? And maybe it has to be because of what's happened over the last 9 months of COVID. Maybe not. We don't really have anything to kind of measure this year.
When I presented to you last year, in fact, I had the conversation was with Peter Bernstein toward the end of the presentation last year. The SBA goals, the 90% achieving that goal, was something we were going to carry over until it was achieved. So that goal is still in place.
But you are going to get us the data, because I know it's hard. Are we doing an SBA now to see where everyone is? We're going to get the data, even though we don't have it for the spring.
We don't have it for the spring, but I can give you current data that we do have.
To see how close we are to where we're getting there. That would be helpful.
I can pull the STAR data. I hesitated to pull that again because it was really just one. We didn't give it last June. So it was one piece of information. So you're not really seeing a trend. You're seeing a shot, a snapshot of one day. But I can certainly give that to you. And
I think it's also to think about how we're going to do that this year, right? I mean, if like we're implementing all these tests, with the various fluctuations of quarantines and remote learning, where those are those goals going to be the same, and how are we going to measure them in the same way? And if we don't, what are we going to do? What do we have a plan for what we can change or tactics we can take to get there?
Our initial support for teachers this year were the launch units in math, and what they are doing is reviewing the major concepts of last year. And this was based on the teacher feedback that we got at the end of the year. Because teachers said, I got through this part of the curriculum, but I didn't get to this. So we wanted to make sure the core concepts, such as multiplication in third grade, fractions and decimals in fourth and fifth with all 4 operations, that students are able to do that work so that when they transition to the middle school, there aren't even larger gaps. So those supports are in place right now.
Great. And just out of curiosity, you know, for our later elementary students, what do we have some strategies to get them to where we want them for middle school? Because it is a little different, right? Because they go to middle school and they're in a defined course, you know, pre-algebra, geometry, algebra 2. Do we need to provide additional resources to them to catch them up to the extent there's been a COVID slide?
We have a comprehensive scope and sequence document that outlines all of the resources and identifies where they should be used by standard.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what teachers are using this year, and that was developed in 2019.
Okay.
In that summer. So, and that was in response to really going back to the math and focus problem. They said, look, we need to have these resources available to us, and a number of them. So we have some resources with lesson plans in them, digital resources, additional physical resources, and it's a suite by standard. So when they have a student who has not mastered that standard, or somebody who needs an extension, they can go to that place and pick the resource that's most appropriate for the student.
Great.
And that's also
Thank you.
that's also where Dreambox is helping too, because it's adaptive.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Stowe.
Hi, Sheila. I've had a bunch of parents ask me if we could see the K-8 math curriculum. I know that there is something online, but parents really feel like they're not understanding what's being taught, basically. So how can we get us something, because they want to help, right? Parents want to be supportive. I know I do. But so how can we really get to like the essence of that?
We are actually, that's what a project I was working on this week. We're close to releasing that to parents. It's out for feedback right now. And we expect within the next week and a half, we should have that up online for K-5.
All right, that's great news.
Yeah, if I could just jump in on that, Kathleen. When I first came on board in July, Sheila and I had a conversation about that, providing more level of detail. It's sitting with me right now, all of the documents for me to review. So I hope that we can turn it around and post it in the next week or two. And Sheila's did an incredible job really laying out unit by unit, grade by grade, K through 5. And I think my biggest, again, I always try to guard against what's the worst thing that could happen by putting this out there. The worst thing that could happen is I think it's going to generate some lively discussion between parents and teachers, which I welcome that. But one of the things that you will see is that there is misalignment currently with our current textbook in the way we've laid out our units. And so we've openly expressed that vulnerability, and that is certainly something that I'm fixated on, certainly fixing when we adopt a new math textbook. We need better alignment so that the teachers can feel more confident in relying on a foundational source of information from which they will build their instructional plans, rather than having a plethora of sources at their disposal and not having a unified kind of central material. So yes. I guess the other way of saying that is I would like to have a higher level of confidence that all teachers are teaching from a core text, so that when you ask us the questions about math performance, we can be more assured that it's either a curricular issue or it's an instructional issue. And right now, knowing that teachers are pulling resources from many different websites and not simply our core textbook is troubling to me. And it certainly doesn't allow me to effectively respond to you when you ask, why are our math scores stalling? I can't go back and say with confidence that the majority of our teachers are consistently teaching lessons from a one central textbook. And although there's no singular textbook that will ever be completely aligned to the state standards or our curricular expectations, I think we can do a better job than what we currently have.
Amen. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hirsch.
As I noted earlier in our reports, committee reports, I learned a lot about what Mr. D'Amico was just saying about the math textbooks and the alignment with the current curriculum and all the support and additional lessons that they've had to put in. And I do know that from that is what they're looking for, that consistency to go forward. So I do thank you guys for knowing that this was a need and looking to address that at the elementary and middle school level. But the one other question I sort of had was, and again, I know we keep talking about K-8, but we do also need to sort of focus on 9-12, because one of the things that you pointed out in the plan was the achievement gap for the last few years in math and science was at GHS. Do you feel that that gap is only at the high school? And if so, you know, and how do we address that? If we are looking at adding all sorts of supports for K-8, which is exceptionally important, I want to ensure that we are also making sure the students at the later stages of their education are getting that same attention in some regards.
In terms of science, when we revised the curriculum in science, we completely changed the way we teach it so that all learners could be engaged and would be engaged. So we kind of moved away from the traditional memorization and pieces like that. And we moved to a theme-based approach that is more inquiry-based and more project-based. And so we are finding, and John could certainly speak to this, we are finding that more of our students are engaged and they're achieving much better because the course material is relevant to them. And we did biology, chemistry, and physics, the levels of physics, and all those courses, we did that so that we would engage those learners and help all students achieve. So it is a slower process, but we feel that we've made significant progress.
Fantastic. And again, I know you certainly weren't helped with some of the changes that the College Board has made to what they were focusing on their AP exams. And our teachers were left at the last minute to try to revise their curriculums at the start of last school year to align with some of that in regards to science. So thank you for that focus. And again, I know it is so important that we focus on all our students in this continuum. So I do appreciate that you are focusing on that.
All right, Mr. Scherer.
Mark, I want to go back to something you said and then something that Sheila said, and I just need a clarification. I wasn't really going to bring this up, but now that it's kind of out there, I feel like it has to get brought up. The good news is you guys are going to publish a curriculum. I've never really understood that because they're fully articulated curriculum maps. And I mean, that was what Irene was working on for the last 7.5 years. And we had multiple board sessions about that. So I'm a little puzzled that this thing isn't out there and published. But when you guys say unit by unit, grade by grade, you talk about scope and sequence to standards. You mean the Greenwich curriculum, not the Connecticut Common Core model curriculum, right? Which one were you planning on rolling out? Because I mean, we've talked about this recently. Karen Hirsch and I, when we engaged in this, we realized that there was a big disconnect that your predecessor had been doing unknown to the board. So I'm wondering which one you guys are planning to publish to parents. What are you talking about? Can you clarify that?
Yes, the Greenwich curriculum is 100% aligned to the Common Core standards. Where we have done things differently is the way we have instruction. But the standards that you will see in that curriculum are on the grade level standards. So if you're in a third grade math unit, you're going to see the third grade.
Sheila, let me just be clear because maybe board members are getting confused.
Okay.
Standards, what is to be taught, and then there is someone has to lay out a grade by grade which standards are taught in which grade. In Connecticut, the state of Connecticut gives a model curriculum to do that, right? But that standard is one grade level behind, a full grade level behind the Greenwich curriculum. As an example, very, very simple to understand. The state of Connecticut standard is students learn pre-algebra by the end of 8th grade. Our standard is algebra by the end of 8th grade. So you can figure it out. If you have to teach all these things to get to that place by the end of 8th grade, and the state is doing it in 9 years, what we're doing in 8 years, the whole thing's going to be out of sync. Doesn't mean all the standards don't get taught. They get taught at a different pace. So if we go, and by the way, when Common Core standards were accepted by the board, administrator after administrator, superintendent administrator came in with the famous phrase, Common Core is the floor, not the ceiling. We won't be dumbing down the Greenwich curriculum. So if we just default down to the state, we have actually dumbed down the Greenwich math curriculum K-8 by a full grade level. So
well, no, we haven't done that. We haven't done that. Once we get into the middle school program, we do have our core math. We have Math 6, Math 7, Math 8, and they adhere to the on-level grade standards. So Math 6 is 6th grade.
What is Math 8? I'm sorry.
Math 8 is pre-algebra.
What? It's algebra?
Pre-algebra. But we also have another program where a student will start out in Math 6A. That course is based on grade 7 standards. So as a 6th grader, that student will be studying 7th grade math standards. So when they are in 7th grade, they will be studying pre-algebra or grade 8 standards. So they will then take algebra in grade 8. And then we have a third group that will take pre-algebra in grade 6. That's based on grade 8 standards. They will take algebra in 7th and geometry in 8. So the middle school, we have many different pathways. So students can accelerate to algebra by the end of 8th grade, or geometry by the end of 8th grade. And then we have another option this year where they can take algebra 2 by the end of the 8th grade year. So there are many opportunities for students to move through.
No, I get that part, Sheila. My point was I'm trying to focus on not the ALP students, because the ALP students are the kids who their progression is to geometry or algebra 2. The point was when let me just finish, please. When we said we want 75% at algebra, that became on grade level. And I think, it was very clear with the, that we needed a progression from K, because you don't just like drop out of 5 and all of a sudden, poof, expect on grade level kids to jump ahead like that. It has to be a full progression, as you guys have educated me as a board member many times. This idea that they'll just like hop out of and double jump or jump, it's not a reasonable expectation. So it needs to be smoothed. And what the on grade level, I'm just concerned by what you said, on grade level can't be pre-algebra. That's what it is in the state, but it's not what it is in Greenwich.
In the K-5 curriculum, as part of the units, we have activities that address the deepest part of the standard. So it gives the kids the opportunity to be challenged beyond what the core body of knowledge is. And many of our students are doing those already all the way through the K-5 continuum. We have, and I can pull the enrollment for each of the levels in the program in the middle school, and you will see that increasing numbers of kids are not going to core 6 math, they're starting in 6A or pre-algebra. Those numbers are increasing because of the activities and supports we have in the K-5 curriculum.
It's up to you guys to figure out how to get there. My only question is, and we don't have the data, is if you've laid out a full curriculum that is the baseline for kids, not kids in ALP, not kids needing remedial, the baseline is, they will complete algebra at grade 8, then we have the core. I've heard said repeatedly that the on grade level and the baseline is the Connecticut core curriculum, different than the standards. And I've heard that from you guys repeatedly, and that puts a student at the exiting pre-algebra, and algebra is grade 9, which is high school. That isn't the standard here, and I'm just concerned. But if you want to follow up with this, I think the point's been made. I think you're right. We need data. We've got 75% of the kids already achieving that, or 65% of kids already achieving that, then we're on the right track. If we don't have those kinds of numbers, then we probably need to get this all lined up. The worst thing to do would be we buy $650,000 worth of a new program, textbooks. We then spend 2 years on professional development, and it's got us lined up to a standard that is that full grade level lower than what the standard has always been in Greenwich. That meant we dumbed down the curriculum, and I don't think anybody wants to do that. So I think this needs a little bit of further elaboration. Maybe some data would help explain where we really are.
I can get you the enrollment data for the last 3 years, and then you can see where the numbers have been for each of the courses in the middle school. But the other thing we're doing, as I'm talking to publishers before they present to the committee, is I'm explaining in detail what that goal is and where our kids need to be. And in future presentations, some of those publishers have parallel programs. They have their core programs, which is algebra in grade 9, but understanding our need for a different program, they also have accelerated programs that they're going to present to us. And that's something that was not available in 2013. So that's something that the committee will see and be able to evaluate. And also another resource we're evaluating is an open educational resource, which means we could put together those resources how we see fit so that we have that algebra in 8th grade. So there are many different ways we're going about that and exploring as we go through this review. But I can get you the enrollment data for the middle school for the last 3 years, the percentage of kids that are in each course.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you, Sheila. We'll look forward to getting the data. And obviously, as you're working on picking a new textbook, we'll expect that to come before the board when you're ready. All right, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the, I can't believe I'm saying this, 2022-2023 school year calendar. So Dr. Jones, take it away.
Thank you very much. This is just our first look at the 22-23 calendar. This calendar year in particular, there's not anything that really stood out as a challenge, where some years, just the way the calendar falls, it could be challenging. So I just would ask if you have any questions. Obviously your December break, February break, and April break are where they would normally fall. The first day for all teachers starts on a Monday, the 29th, with the first day for students on September the 1st, which gives a Thursday, Friday to kind of settle in and get routines down, then have Labor Day and come back on the 6th. So are there any questions?
Ms. Hirsch.
You know, when looking at this calendar, it was sort of brought to my attention that you know, in the April time frame, we have a April break, and prior to that, Good Friday, which is typically, we always have Good Friday off, but the day prior to that is Passover, which typically tends to fall either on a Friday, Friday Eve into a weekend, or during our actual spring break. So I actually did a little research and looked back. In the past 10 years, I think it's twice fallen outside of those parameters, not on a Friday evening or over break. And neither of those calendars did we have the day off. So I was just sort of wondering what the rationale was to add an extra day off when we already, it is certainly something that I celebrate, but it is not a holiday that we typically spend the entire day, in services. So I was just curious as to what the rationale was.
To be honest, it's just, we were looking at previous calendars and what we've done historically, and that's with Linda Valentine's help. So I would have to lean to the board on what this community is accustomed to doing, because every community approaches certain days like this a little differently. So if the board doesn't feel like that day should be there, we would put that as an instructional day and take a day off the back of the calendar.
Okay, Miss Downey.
Just sort of tandeming onto Karen's point. Just two reactions were, it's all, everybody loves 2 nice long vacations in February and April. But my concern was that it felt like school ends very late because of these longer breaks, which I'm not sure, again, instructionally, like days in June are not as good as days in earlier in the year, right? I mean, that was just a reaction. If you made the April break the week earlier, took those 2 holidays, the 6th and 7th, and you'd still have a week, but you'd kind of capture a couple days. It felt like a lot of vacation, although Christmas is, and New Year's is a little shorter, so maybe it's all a wash. So that was just a reaction. My question was, you have a professional learning day the Friday of Memorial Day weekend. And I guess the question is what's the usefulness of having a professional learning afternoon that late in the year? It's a question. If you think it can be used on a worthwhile basis, but you're kind of 3 weeks of school left at that point.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it can be a day where you have higher absenteeism for kids, obviously. And I have found through my experience that actually it is a pretty good time to have a professional day, because there's a certain sense of stress that goes away after the testing cycles. Your AP tests are over, and so you can kind of reflect on the year. Once you get into June, there is no reflection time, getting ready to close out school. But it's a great reflection time in May.
Okay. No, that's great. Those were just questions. So, just thoughts, the reactions. Thank you, Tony.
All right, Mr. Kelly.
Veterans Day. I see we have our kids in school on Veterans Day. Now, last week I attended many of the ceremonies that took place around town, and the kids were in school during those ceremonies. Now, I'm good with that as long as and maybe this is not the right time to bring this up, maybe it is, but we should have certainly a recognition of the veterans at the schools, every one of the schools, maybe sometime made in the afternoon on that day. I feel it's very important to honor our veterans on Veterans Day.
Yeah, and Veterans Day is one of those calendar days where every community does handle them a little bit differently. Some districts, it's just, you have to have it off. Some districts, they've always had it in. I will say, at least I only really got to see it last year on a normal year, but some of the Veterans Day assemblies that our schools do are just amazing. And it really does ensure that all of our children in Greenwich have that experience where, again, from my experience, when the day is off, there are an awful lot of children that don't go to the local community events. And Mark, feel free to speak to it as an elementary principal just last year. They're fabulous what they do.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful way to represent the veterans in your community. I think it's an opportunity to teach children about service and dedication to our country. So I'm fully in support of having children in school and making it an educational experience and opportunity for children, and also to make a memory and a commitment to Veterans Day moving forward for kids.
So as long as we're including that, that we are going to make a point of having some sort of a ceremony or something to have the kids honor the veterans, then it's better that they're in school, as long as we make sure we make a note of requiring or asking our schools to do, every one of our schools to do something.
Well, this year was a little different, Mr. Kelly, because of COVID. Schools were really disappointed that they could not have their veterans programs, because they are very well attended by the school community. And they were really disappointed that they couldn't. So as soon as we get COVID out, we'll be ready to have them back in. So thank you.
And thank you. And Ann, please, it's Joe, not Mr. Kelly, please.
Mr. Kelly, just to add to that, I do believe it's a state requirement that if we are going to remain open on Veterans Day, that we actually do honor the day and honor our veterans. So some of our schools do some really amazing stuff, and hopefully next year we'll be able to attend them. It'd be really nice. All right, Miss Olson.
I'm getting Zoom attacked, but I just a quick point on what Christina, Miss Downey had said about the long breaks. Just case in point, teachers with children in other districts. I did that on purpose. That was my physical demonstration. Teachers with children in other districts might sometimes have trouble finding childcare, arranging for childcare. So that was my point. That's all I had to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Scher.
Tony, if I read this calendar right, we're coming back on a Monday for graduation. Is that right? Tony?
Sorry, yes, sorry, I lost my slide here. Right now it is, but you have to remember it has the 5 snow days are built in. So that it always depends on, where the snow days fall for graduation.
Yeah. Okay, so I had my 2 observations, and I hate being the history teacher around here. It gets really boring. The reason we go out on the winter break and we go out when we go out is a variety of reasons, but one of the most important reasons is for both our staff and for our families. That's a less expensive time to travel. Other districts go out another time, but it makes it ungodly expensive to travel. So out of consideration to both staff and parents, that's why we go out when we go out in the spring. In the winter for our winter break. We don't go out when the rest of Connecticut goes out. The important part, though, is based on what Ms. Downey was saying, is the calendar is ending very late this year. It's just the luck of the draw, I guess. It's how the calendar works. Because we have 180 days, we have 180 days. I'd like to see us try to see if there's something we can do with the spring break. I don't remember ever being out on Passover, but maybe we were. Somebody should go look at that. There's always been a debate about Good Friday. There are 2 or 3 Jewish holidays in the year. I'm not so sure people always understand that the highest holy day in the Christian calendar actually is Good Friday, or it's one of the highest. So I don't think we can monkey with that, but I think we need to respect everybody where they're worshiping. But if it's possible to have spring break following the winter model, which is we're out when everyone else is not out, that's a benefit to people. It's also a time when kids go to college tours. So I'm wondering if we might not look at this spring break and where it's located, particularly because you have Passover and Good Friday there. And if there's a way to economize in the calendar, people don't like getting out as late in June as we are actually getting out. It conflicts for parents. It's always the tension of when do we start, in September, or go late in June, or vice versa. There's no good answers here, but I would encourage you to take a look at that spring break. And if it has some benefits to parents and it economizes on days, and it has benefits to teachers and it economizes on days, maybe we should take a look at that.
Thank you. We'll do that.
All right, Ms. Kowalski.
So I had a question going back to a comment that you made regarding the testing, which is why we're taking that early release day off on the 26th. And you said there's a whole host of testing in May. When does that happen?
Generally, AP testing is in the first 2 weeks of May.
So just that question dovetails into the length of the April break being so long. Is it I guess my first question is it beneficial to have a longer break before that kind of testing?
I will certainly go in and look at the April break, and I'm trying to remember when the SBA window is. Do you generally?
Yeah, I'm just,
generally
I'm
from May
worried about, yeah.
until May.
Oh, sorry.
It's generally.
When's the SBA
March,
testing?
May.
Yeah. So I'm probably falling after like that break in the beginning of May, but we'll go back and check that again just to see if, again, where we could place that, you know, that week. I just want to go back and check, you know, a couple of things.
Yeah. So 2 comments on that then. One, I'm in full agreement that I think that long of a break in April is just unnecessary. It solves the problem of a late, you know, ending so late in June. And two, my concern is having that kind of time period off, go and then coming right back and going into a whole host of testing for kids to getting their mindset back around them is not helpful. And we've had that comment before when other testing was being done right in January after a long Christmas break. I just don't think it's beneficial to get give our kids the best bite at the apple for purposes of, you know, being efficient on testing purposes.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback.
All right, so just quickly to follow on what Peter said, this is sort of the worst of all calendars. We're starting before Labor Day. We're ending very, very late in June. He's right at the end of the year, pushes you up against, you know, camps, right? Day camp or overnight camp, which a lot of people in the community take advantage of. You know, I'm sort of where Ms. Hirsch is on that day of Passover. You know, if you wanted to do a professional learning that day, that might be a good day for it, because we really don't start until about sundown. You know, I think that's probably acceptable. Or the alternative is potentially move the break up a week. I know that's a little bit different, and you know, whether we align with other districts or not is a time hold question that we've never managed to answer. But if there's any way to get us to end earlier in June and possibly to get us to start after Labor Day, I am all for it. All right, Ms. Hirsch.
I can also send this to you via email, but I had pulled some of the older calendars. The last two times we had Passover not fall on a break or on a Friday evening at sundown. In 2013, it was on a March 25th, which I think was a Monday. It started at sundown. That day with it starting at sundown, and the next day we did not have the schools closed. Students were actually in the middle of CMT testing, I believe. And then the same in March of 2010. It was started at sundown on March 29th, and then went into the following day. But again, our students were in school. Granted, that was the year of we were closed for Hurricane Irene as well, but it wasn't traditionally taken off. So I would suggest that maybe we take a look back at that calendar, not to take away another day off or anything, but it just doesn't seem to make sense with the way it lands on the calendar, and it's not you know, as religious as certainly some of the other. It's important, but it's not as starts at sundown.
All right. If anybody else has any comments on that, they can send them to the superintendent. We will take this up at our next business meeting. So also an opportunity in there for public comment if anybody has any. I will also point out this is a calendar for 2 school years out. So change does come in between now and then. Obviously, if we need to make a change to it, we can certainly do that. But I know we'd like to get this out there in the community early. So always a good thing. All right, we will move on to our next item, which is the 2021-2022 Board of Education meeting calendar. I'll note for some of us who may be entering their last year on the board, we might only care about the first 4 meetings, so I might not have looked beyond that, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. On this calendar, basically there are 3 retreats. There's one at the beginning of the year, one in the middle, and one at the end. The one in the middle where I've put that, and whether or not retreat is the right word that we want to use, our work session, but it seems as though at least this current board is wanting mid-year special education update. And so I specifically put that as a February date, thinking that that may be a good use of that one. The other thing this calendar does is you'll notice that there's only one business meeting in February, March, April, and May. And that is because all of you go to so many other meetings during the budget cycle, and we end up adding extra meetings. So I felt like planning for one business meeting allows that flexibility. So that's it. I've tried to simplify it a little bit for us, but again, welcome, the feedback.
I'm not seeing any hands. Again, please do, if you have comments about that, submit them. And Tony, you're absolutely right. From the time the BET Budget Committee starts through when the RTM votes, we basically are thrown into a whole number of meetings, various members attending various meetings. But as always, we can add meetings as necessary, and we've certainly done that in the past few months. And I know there's a willingness to keep doing that. Ms. Kowalski.
I just wanted to note the location. I actually hope we get to be at those locations.
Oh.
I had that same thought, Karen, from your neck to God's ears. So yes, it would be nice to be able to rotate back through the buildings, hear from the different principals, the student performers. It's something I think we all miss. All right, with that, we'll move on to our next item. So this would be the Cardinal Stadium update, part 2. Mr. O'Keefe.
Hi, everybody. So, Joe, you mentioned stealing my thunder. I really don't have much thunder to steal. I'm just really going to introduce Russ Davidson. So Russ is going to provide an update on phases 1A, 1B, and 2. And as you know, 1A should be starting at the end of this month with the demolition of the bleachers. And then it'll go on from there, and we should have the bleachers sometime in the spring. So without further ado, Russ Davidson.
Hi there. Hope you can hear me and see my screen.
Yep, thanks, Russ. Welcome back.
Yes. Well, I'm going to try and be brief because I see you've had a long meeting and some good things going on with Cardinal Stadium. I think that you might have been provided with a schedule in your board packet. There's definitely good news. We're within a few weeks of starting construction with the demolition of the bleachers. We believe we'll start in about the second week of December. Bids for the demolition came in well under budget, so that was a good start. Phase 1A and 1B are out for bid right now. There's a pre-bid walkthrough happening tomorrow on site. The bleachers are under fabrication by Southern Bleacher right now, and this has each milestone for the phase 1 construction in there. So we should start to see the buildings under construction and foundations in January and February. The bleachers themselves will be erected in March through April. And all during that time, the building underneath and the site work will be going on. Substantial completion is in the contract for graduation of 21. So yes, I saw some applause there. So we're all excited about that. The site work related to the project probably will linger for 4 to 6 weeks after that. So there'll still be some finished grading and landscaping happening after graduation. But we all feel that it is realistic to have them usable by graduation. So phase 1B has not been approved yet, but it has been submitted, and we are on the planning board agenda for December 1st. We expect that to go fairly smoothly and get approved in 1 or 2 meetings. Phase 1B, again, was delayed mostly because of the inability to get storm drainage testing done. Part of that was a COVID-related delay. And part of that is just the complexities of storm drainage approvals and design in Greenwich. But we're pretty excited by it, and I think it's going to be underway. Some images to help you, because you haven't had any pictures in the rest of your meeting, to remind you this is what the bleachers are going to look like on the home side. This is what it's going to look like from behind with the food trucks on the left, the plaza. The ramp's been changed a little bit. We've got banners hiding the back of the bleachers. There's your new elevator and sort of walkway to your new press box. This is the entry kiosk, ticket kiosk that has been finally settled upon. This is a little bit harder to read, but we just wanted to let you know that there are some rain gardens, which are on the right side. If you can see the dashed line up at the top, and on the left side, way down by the driveway. So those are slight depressions that help treat stormwater. They will be landscaped. They're not ponds, but that's part of the complexities of storm drainage. You'll also see on the west side of the bleachers what looks like a lot of extra driveway, but that is a required fire truck turnaround that we worked out with the Greenwich Fire, and a little rectangle there, which is a transformer on the ground and generator that needs to be in a fence because Eversource decided that the project was too large to use a pole-mounted transformer. So that's all what's out to bid, and we'll know how the bids come in a little while. Just a little bit of update on phase 2, because phase 2 is under design right now. And that includes a new visitor side building, which you can see in this rectangle where it says future visitor side building. You'll also see that the through driveway that's included in phase 2 has sort of grown a little curve to it to calm the traffic. And it connects to the outer row of the parking at Greenwich High School, and in previous iterations it connected to the middle row of parking, but everyone feels this is sort of a better pathway. We are still working out some FEMA floodway designations with regard to the brook that runs through there, and that's a little bit of a hiccup, but we think we can get through it. And we've been working closely with the whole committee, meeting as recently yesterday with Tony and Sean and Dan and Joe Kelly. The team room on the visitor side has the visitor side building has a team room, sort of a multi-purpose room that opens towards the track. It does have public toilets, toilets for the team, and some storage space in it. And just a rendering that doesn't quite capture the high school in the background, but you'll see the new visitor side building on the left and the entry kiosk on the right. This is a closer up view of that visitor side building. So you can see it has a little outdoor porch and it has a folding glass wall. So that'll be suitable for visitors, teams, but also for a plethora of other events or track teams or a support space to be used during practice. So this has been part of the multi-phase plan, but now we have a final design for it. That's one more view of the visitors team building, and that's your Cardinal Stadium update.
All right. Questions for Russ or Joe? I don't know if you wanted to talk about the fundraising aspect a little bit. I know there were some questions about that.
Oh, as far as fundraising goes, we're still in communication with the GAF. As you know, that they're a group that will raise funds, not a group that's committing funds. And so we're still in negotiations on what we can do for them to help them raise funds, and if they're going to do it, or if not, then we'll certainly engage some other group. They certainly are the ones that have been working with us as a partner for some time, and are certainly the preferred group to go out and raise money. But we have to make sure we meet some of their terms, and they have to be in line with what our terms are. So those negotiations are continuing and will continue until we settle on something.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sheriff.
Russ, can you talk about phase 1B and the timeline for that?
Sure. So phase one was split in two because there was some challenges getting all the testing done for storm drainage that the town required. And we wanted to get the bleachers in fabrication so as to not delay the whole project. So that's why it was split in two. That testing has now been done. We've been back and forth with the DPW and our civil engineers. We believe we have a viable plan for phase 1B. That's been fully designed and submitted, and we're on the planning board agenda to review that with on December 1st. So phase 1B is the new storm drainage, the driveways, the visitors parking lot, and the entry kiosk. We have approvals for the building and the bleacher, and we're bidding them all at the same time. So basically, the approvals for phase 1B should catch up to phase 1A, and they'll both be constructed at the same time.
Okay, that confuses me because 1B has a set of, I mean, we don't have availability to that site, right?
No, we do. Don't go. Phase 1B is not phase 2. We're not doing the bridge, the relocation of tennis courts, the visitor side building, and the visitors bleachers are in phase 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me be really clear. I understood 1B is the current holding area. Where that parking lot needs to go is the holding area for all of the soil that's needed in the remediation project that hasn't been completed yet. So I'm trying to understand the timing.
Yep.
Is there a plan to move all that soil someplace else?
Yep. That's
Where is it going to go? And
that's being coordinated with the team at AECom. We're aware of that. It's not as much soil as you may think. It's a portion of what will be used in the remediation. But yes, it's going to be relocated and used in the remediation, and that's going to be all coordinated.
so when will the project 1B? I see here you have through 18 is just through item number 18. It doesn't say when 1B is actually going to be built.
Item 7, phase 1A and 1B, construction phase. Monday, January 18th.
The whole thing will be done by, wow, 3 months from now, including that parking lot. Okay,
No,
great.
the whole thing is going to be done by July 29th. That's when the site work will be done. But
maybe
it's
I'm
all
reading your chart wrong. Homesite bleacher elevator site work.
It starts in January. Site work will be done, line item 12, July 29th.
I see. Okay.
All right, not seeing any other hands. Thank you for continuing to move this project along. I know there's a lot of interest in the community in completing it, especially now that we are through the fall sports season, unfortunately, given the conditions. But be great to have these in line, and in the event we're even remotely potentially able to have graduation. So thank you. All right, so that will bring us then to our first action item, which is the Julian Curtis School Education Specification. So Dr. Jones, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Bernstein. I'm going to invite Joe Costa and Tina Greco with Perkins Eastman just to do a quick presentation. Obviously, you've seen this project already in the past, but the full ed spec is ready for your purview tonight. So I'll let them take over.
Thank you, Dr. Jones, and good evening, Greenwich Board of Ed. Appreciate you inviting us here tonight.
We can't hear you, Joe.
We heard you at the beginning, Joe, but then it stopped.
And Ashley, while Joe's fixing his sound, this is an action item, so it does take a motion to put it on the table. Is there somebody that would like to move the item? Board members, can you hear me?
I'll move it. What do you need me to say? Caroline will move it.
You move to accept the Julian Curtis School education specifications.
I move to accept the Julian Curtis educational specifications.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. All right, Joe, do we have you back?
Yes, I'm sorry. It was my thing that was muted. I sometimes lean on it. I apologize for that, everybody.
No worries. Let us do a little bit. Go ahead.
So we'll start over. So about a month ago, we presented some of the concept designs as a result of the ed spec. Just to remind everybody, those concepts were what they were, just really early ideas about how to meet the ed spec and how it would fit onto the site and onto the building. What we wanted to do in that concept is really preserve what's great about Julian Curtis and almost surgically add some carefully thought out additions and some renovations to really provide use of that building for at least another generation or two. That was really the goal of it. The ed spec is pretty clear as far as the components of the ed spec. It's within the booklet at the very end, it outlines the major components of the ed spec, including the pre-K 2 classrooms that we were talking about, as well as some of the improvements associated with accessibility, the HVAC systems, including air conditioning the entire building. The other components had to do with the nurses station, security, and central administration to make sure that accessibility works with the main entry, as well as providing a secure place for students. Part of the ed spec also dealt with the cafeteria and the food service and how that can be enhanced, and also how the kitchen service could actually come into the building without crossing a student and providing a security breach. And then the last component was the nurses station, which, given COVID and plus all of the challenges associated with student health services, is a very important component. So all those sort of spaces and all those kinds of components were dealt with within the ed spec as well as in the feasibility study. And so, tonight what we'd like to do is answer any questions the board may have about that, fill in any gaps that you might have, and, ask for your opinion and, potentially a motion to move forward with the ed spec.
So Joe, I'll kick it off. I had asked the superintendent to pass along a question to you. When we last met, we talked about the lack of a science room in the building, which was one of the suggestions from the building administrators, as well as the external corridor, which you had shown in an earlier drawing. And now that we've looked at actually some conceptual designs for Old Greenwich, I certainly see the utility in being able to close in the courtyard and using that space for outdoor learning. Do you have a sense of the additional cost and square footage for adding the science room, the corridor?
Generally, Peter, science rooms are between 1,100 and say 1,300 square feet. With that, you need a little bit of a corridor to get to it. It's probably in the just around $1 million range to build a science room, if you can find an efficient way to connect it to the building. The equipment for an elementary school science is not that expensive. It's certainly much less than, say, a high school curriculum, which which would have the gases and fume hoods and everything else associated with science curriculum at the high school level. But elementary school tends to be much more general and much more accommodating and actually much more flexible as far as what's taught in each of those rooms. The curriculum does tend to change depending on who's teaching the class and or what topic is important in that particular period. The corridor itself would add a little bit more square footage to sort of close off the courtyard. What we try to do is, obviously is to have double loaded corridors so that they become more efficient. A glassed in corridor connecting back into the main building would probably be another $1 million worth of construction, depending on how we configure it and how wide it is and the extent of glass, and perhaps there's some seating in there to make it potentially a breakout space or a student space where kids can go and learn and do some studying or do some reading in kind of a nice environment. So there's a lot of flexibility associated with that, and there's certainly a lot of different options that can be considered as the project moves into the next design phase.
I'm personally interested in seeing those items added back in. I just think if we are planning to make this building, stand for another 75 years and be usable and have the flexibility we want in our school buildings, I just think it makes sense to figure out how to do that. But I know you're giving me a rough estimate of the price, but basically it really comes down to how you configure all the pieces you're trying to add to the building. So I don't know how much faith I should put in those numbers versus actually seeing a more solid conceptual design. So I don't know if I'd be ready to vote on this tonight, but we'll see what others think. Miss Downey.
Yeah, I was going to follow up to your point also that, is it necessary that it really be something like that be in the ed specs, or can it simply be part of the design process as things evolve, as opposed to us requiring it and then maybe deciding we don't have the appetite for the additional expenditure? I see Peter Schur shaking his head. Like Peter, you're saying it's better to leave it out, like that we just have the space. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's the goal.
So Peter and I have lived this. I think we both tell you we understand. We basically get one whack at the ed specs, and this basically sets the stage for the money that'll be requested from the town, the remit to the building committee. The building committee has to stick to the ed specs, and so what's in the ed specs becomes the gospel for that next phase of the project. So,
but
Peter,
can it be?
right?
I mean, I'm just like when you're doing a construction, if we put it in the ed specs and then we decide we don't have the money to do it, what happens then? I'm playing around, like, you want to add something to your house, you say, all right, well, we're not going to do that part because we can't afford it.
Right.
How does it work from a educational building point of view?
Doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't based on the budget process, right? Basically, what will happen after we work on the ed specs is the next request is for funding, as well as requesting a building committee. So that work goes forward. Once the building committee gets it, they hire an architect, that's some of your money. Then they do the design work, that's another bunch of your money. We obviously get to vote on the architect, we get to vote on the design, but you can't really put in and take out. They basically.
Well, that's just in terms of what we're required. I was going more to the
what you have to do, Christina, is you almost wind up starting over. You can do it. You can absolutely do it, but it's not like your house where you say, oh, wow, we were doing the kitchen, but let's rip out that power
might
room.
as well.
But it doesn't work like, it's very, unfortunately, it's rigid. So here's the thing, as Peter was saying, you're voting on the ed spec, you're voting on the project. You're starting, right? And what's in this is what it is. And modifying the ed spec, you know, of course you can modify the X spec, but then you wind up in this weird loop of where you gotta go back and start through these approvals all over again.
Right, so you're
So,
reinventing the wheel
you gotta
again.
figure-
Okay.
I
Yeah.
shouldn't say you have to. You're way better off if you figure it out now.
Got it. Got it.
All right, other questions or comments? As I said, you know, I don't know that I'm ready to vote on it tonight because I would like to see what it looks like with the science room and the corridor built into it. Just in terms of how we advance this project, you know, we have until December to vote on our capital request. Obviously, we really don't have any funding at this point to continue to the next phase of the project. So we do have a little bit of time. You know, I don't want to rush this and make a mistake and leave something out that we should have put in. So, Mr. Kelly.
Just out of curiosity, to learn how this process worked, seeing how I was the board member overseeing the feasibility committee here. Why didn't we have a conversation about this so we could have prepared or discussed the science room prior to this meeting today? Just out of curiosity, not blaming, of course, just curious.
No, it came to us in a letter from the principal of the building. But if you go back and you look at some of the earlier designs that the feasibility committee had, you had actually closed in the corridor, like the loop of the building. Right now, the building's a U, and this would have created some of the space in that area and then connected it to the back of the building. So, you know, the science room, I don't know, I wasn't involved, obviously you were, but I do remember the letter particularly from the principal. And as we've, you know, redone some of our school buildings, we have made sure there's science rooms. There's certainly one at New Lab that could be looked at in terms of dimensions and the like. There's one at Hamilton Avenue. I think Coscob may have a standalone. Some of our schools actually have them. And when you're doing this construction, you want to be able to put in the plumbing and the electrical and anything else you need at the point of construction. It's not something easily added later just to a random, you know, second floor classroom that isn't being used. It just may not have the configuration you need.
That part I understand. And it's just, we now have to put this off to another meeting to have a vote because we didn't think to put this in for today's vote. So I guess we're delayed a meeting cycle, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could be. It's up to everybody else. I mean, I do know I did flag this for Tony. So, you know, I hope it's not a surprise to her. But I wish I had seen some more information prior to the meeting. Ms. Downey.
Yeah, I was going to follow up on Joe, very much to Joe's point, that is this something we should be doing, or that the committee, you know, Joe was at the committee meetings, that did it even come up in discussions, and was it, you know, it's kind of like we have a process, right? We have a committee that does a feasibility study, and then things come in after their work is concluded. And I don't love it as a process point of view, that like if that was their charge, they should have evaluated all these options. So I'm not thrilled that it's then coming up kind of late in the game after the committee did its work.
I get that. I know Trish McGuire is on. She's the principal at.
I'm not mad.
No, but I do. I think it's important to hear from her, because if it is something we are actually considering, we should make sure we hear the why. So Trish, I don't know if you want to go ahead.
I also wanted to just ask Tony after Trish, just so I don't forget the question, is which of our other elementary schools actually have science rooms? I mean, you cited New Lab, but what other ones do?
Oh, Ham Ave does. I know that, but those are schools I'm familiar with, and I'm sure somebody's got to.
So maybe Tony, if she could get us that info, that would be helpful information, Tony.
Old Greenwich has one.
Coscob has it.
Russ actually knows as well. So Old Greenwich has one?
Old Greenwich has one.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Trish, if you wanted to go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? Thank you. Yes, Peter, I did write a letter on October 5th about the science lab and then the extension to both sides of the building, and trying to decrease also the walking time for students from one place to another in the building. When you talk about the process, it's hard to follow because we started with the master plan back in the spring, And then I believe that Perkins Eastman was asked to decrease the scope of the project from the original plan that we had. And so we received that at one of our feasibility committee meetings. And then I did come back and request that we have that science room and the connection to the other side of the building if it was a possibility. I thought at the last meeting in October that there was some questions posed about that and that they would have been answered before this meeting. So I'm not sure what happened in between.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we got the additional information. All right, Mr. Chair, I see your hand.
I'm not normally expeditious, but it sounds like this isn't quite ready for prime time. So I'm wondering if maybe in the interest of the hour being 10:05 already, that somebody go back and take another bite at this apple and bring it back.
Well, we've got Ms. Hirsch's hand up, and then we can talk about how we want to move this forward.
Oh, I was just going to say not to compare and contrast. I know our next item is a feasibility study, and within that document there was a ranking system similar to what sort of the Board of Education had done to create their master facility plan back in the day. And I think, if we are going to be tossing this back for another bite at the apple, that might be important to sort of see where certain elements that are being added and or removed might be in the wish list of need and, versus, so that we can have a better discussion the next time and move this forward. I know the students, I'm sure, would appreciate us moving this forward, as well as the staff, but much like yourself, Mr. Bernstein, I would say it's not necessarily ready. If there's things that were asked for that were not included, I'd like to personally have more opportunity to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our students and schools, as well as meeting budgetary needs as well.
All right. That said, Ms. Stowe, if you'd like to withdraw the motion, that's one potential method. Otherwise, we could table it to our next business meeting.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think Caroline made it, but I'm happy to withdraw the motion.
Yes, your assistant. Okay. All right. So the motion is withdrawn. But I do want the JC community to know it's not being withdrawn because we don't want to move on the project. It's that we want to make sure we're moving on the right project. And, I think the questions are around, the science room and the corridor and limited to that. And so if we could move this quickly, our next business meeting is December 17th, where we actually vote on our capital budget. So the timing would be quite good. Or if it could be done sooner, we could technically take it up at our December 3rd budget meeting, and that might be the best way to do it to make sure it's included in our capital budget properly. So, but please, JC community, know we're still working on this project, and we want to get it right. All right. With that, we will move on to our next action item, which is the Old Greenwich School education specifications. It's an action item. Does somebody want to move the item?
Should.
Sorry, did somebody do that? Somebody want to move the item, Ms. Hirsch?
I'll move the item for just.
Okay, and is there a second?
Geez, I'll second it. What's going on?
All right, Ms. Stowe seconds it. All right, Tony, I'll turn it over to you, and I suppose Russ.
Yeah, I think Russ can go ahead and start for the OG ed spec.
So good evening again. Just a couple of things. You saw this the last time we were together. The feasibility study included ed specs, identification of options and estimates, conceptual design, and preliminary phasing. And I've just put a bullet points here together. The centerpiece of this is a 4-classroom addition. The reason the 4 classrooms are being done is they're replacing existing rooms that are either undersized, are needed for other functions, or are not accessible. So one of those rooms needs to be replaced because it's going to become the main office on the ground floor. 2 of the
Okay.
rooms need to be replaced because they're both undersized, they're not accessible, and they're prone to flooding. They're below the floodplain level. And then the 4th room is being replaced because that's where we need to connect. That's where we need to connect to the new addition, and that will be converted to corridor and a teacher's room and a resource room. It's an integrated solution. This is not about adding overall space. It's about solving accessibility and security issues. So obviously this includes the new 3-stop elevator. It gets your main entrance on an accessible level. It includes a ramp to the gym and auditorium, and it renovates student toilet rooms on all 3 levels of the building to be fully compliant. You get a new secure vestibule at the main entrance. You get a front entrance that's visible by staff and security. You get the main office next to the main entrance, and you get 2 outdoor activity spaces or outdoor classrooms that are fully enclosed in a courtyard. So it really does help right size 4 of the undersized classrooms. There are many undersized classrooms in Old Greenwich that don't meet the district standards. And I just want to point out that the district standards are below the state standards, but the existing ones are even below that. And that's really not fixable reasonably in a building that was built in 1902. And you've found a way to deal with it so many years that you can probably still deal with them going forward. And then there's a good amount of health and safety issues being addressed, not the least of which is getting the 2 grade level classrooms up above the floodplain. But more importantly, which is a very high priority, it was a must-have for the committee. The only one that got all 9 committees members to say it was a must-have, which is updating the ventilation and the heating and air conditioning in the building. So again, in blue, it's a simple single loaded corridor addition that has 4 new classrooms, and the purple is renovated. This is where the 2 rooms are that are inaccessible and below the floodplain. Moves the main office to the front, connects the front of the building to the back of the building so that there's alternative pathways to the cafeteria. Creates nice enclosed areas for outdoor classrooms, outdoor dining. Here's a little concept 3D diagram that shows that it would fit right in on the site. The upper levels have a modest amount of renovation to create a larger nurse's office, psychology and speech areas, as well as the elevator and renovated toilet rooms, which are replicated on the 2nd floor. As you know, the building is really well loved in the Old Greenwich community. The committee said it's our Norman Rockwell School building. We want to keep it and we want to enhance it. So on the north side, there's this arcaded entrance that was added in 1950. On the south side of the building, that arcaded entrance was always filled in. You can see it back there with those windows and the window air conditioners. And the proposal here is to so here's the plan on the left that shows there's a teacher's lounge and a kindergarten classroom on the south end of that 1950 addition. And on the right is what it's proposed to change is actually create an arcaded entrance that's identical to what was built in 1950 on the north side of the building. And you get a secure vestibule and a main office directly next to the ground level main entrance. Could look something like this, just a little computer rendering to show that it fits right in. This is a significantly more modest than the master plan approach at 23.1 million. It's about 40% reduction from the master plan because the committee really did want to focus on only the must-haves, which is really dealing with security, and accessibility and health and safety. And that's our little overview.
All right, Ms. Kowalski, I see your hand.
Sure. So thanks, Russ. So I'd like to just talk a little bit about, and maybe you can help me understand really what the difference is between option A and option C. Because I thought we were adding 4 new classrooms in option A, but now you say we're not really adding 4 classrooms. And then in option C, you're saying we're adding 2 classrooms. So I'm trying to figure out, and really everything else in option C is similar to A, except for the classroom addition. So if you could provide some context to that, that'd be helpful.
I had a feeling that would come up. So I included these floor plans of the existing building because the 2 rooms in question in option C that would remain in use are these 2 rooms here, the pre-K room and the first grade classroom. And if you haven't spent a lot of time in the building, what's really odd about this is you walk around the lower floor, you get to these 2 rooms, you go downstairs to these 2 rooms, you walk a few more feet, then you go back up more stairs to get to the kindergarten room. I really, really wish this wasn't built this way because it's very unusual to go downstairs to go back upstairs. So in order to make this accessible and keep these as classrooms, which is what we did in option C, we have to ramp down and then have a lift to get back up. And when we do those 2 things, we actually have to take square footage away from these rooms. So a pre-K room is supposed to be 1,000 square feet, according to the model program that's been in use from the master plan. And that's what they are in new buildings like Ham Ave, Glenville, and New Leb. This pre-K room is already 860. Your first grade is supposed to be 900 to 1,000. It's at 915. Once we put a lift in it, it'll be even smaller. So in option C, we were going to reuse these 2 rooms and put a ramp and lift in here, and then they would still be below the floodplain. So in option A, these become, it becomes a walk-through multi-purpose space. You can see here, we ramp down along the edge and we come back up here. And what you get is a multi-purpose room, which will still be below the floodplain. We can't fix that, but at least it's not a grade level classroom. So you don't have kids that must be in there. And all the grade level classrooms that we're adding can be at the higher elevation and be full size. So that's the difference between A and C.
And so that's really where we're that's the driving cost between those A and C. Is that roughly, what is the difference here? It's $6 million, $7 million.
I don't have it in front of me. I didn't think it was quite that much.
Yeah, it may not be. Hold on, I'm just.
It sounds like that's the
It's
entire
like 4
cost.
million. Actually, I think it's $4 million.
Yeah, but you know, replacing the 2 classrooms that are below the floodplain for the committee was a must-have, I think, for 8 of the 9 people on the committee. And I would really suggest you just go look at those rooms. What's interesting also about it is it's being converted back into a multi-purpose room. When this building was built in 1902, this was a multi-purpose room.
Okay. And this model solves all of its accessibility issues that it so much is lacking right now, correct?
Your building will be 100% accessible. You've got 4 classrooms that were undersized that'll be full-sized. It's definitely an integrated approach. You know, doesn't have the bells and whistles that the master plan approach had. It's 40% less costly. And I really think, you know, having the outdoor classroom space that's enclosed, new ventilation systems, and no young children in classrooms that are prone to flooding are huge improvements.
When you talk about the bells and whistles, now I know the master plan had a number of, roughly 30, almost 39 million versus this is compared to 23 million. What was driving the 39 million to now the 23 million?
It was an 8 classroom addition. It was 3 stories tall. That was the biggest difference. And that it replaced more of the undersized rooms. This approach really deals with the ground floor so that you can get pre-K, K, and first grade all on one level, which is mandatory, and you get some classrooms right-sized. This actually has a larger outdoor enclosed space. So in some respects, I think it's going to be more useful for young children than what was proposed in the master plan. And I see Jen's here, and maybe she has more to add. I don't know.
No, I think you did a wonderful job. We, as a committee, we were very much a part of the discussion and very pleased with option A and thought it met the needs of all of our students. Right now that pre-K room is very limited in space, the one that was kind of the awkward L shape. And as you can imagine, with pre-K having, a third of their students with special needs, when you're working with kiddos who have some physical disabilities and challenges, getting them up and down those stairs right now is tricky. And it's makes it quite complex. So if we can avoid that dip that we have and be able to fix that space, that was a big priority for all of us.
Okay, Mr. Scher.
Russ, I'm super confused by something you keep saying. You keep saying these rooms are undersized, but our standard for pre-K and kindergarten is 1,000 square feet. And our standard for first grade is 850. And our standard for grade 2 through 5 is 850. The Connecticut standard, I know, for pre-K and kindergarten is higher than our standard. And it's 50 square feet higher for first grade and grade 2 through 5. But I don't understand what you're saying, because I look at these rooms and they look like they meet our standard. So I'm just a little confused. Can you help explain that? Or what am I not? I guess, can you go back to the current? Yeah, this is not right, Russ. What you have right here. Grade 1, per the master plan that you presented to us on page 10 of the master plan that you presented to the board, which was 9/26/19. That
I think
wasn't.
there might be an issue with the grade 1 room. I agree with you, Peter. But
Okay.
the pre-K,
I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm just trying to follow the thread here, because we publish these documents and they go to places like the BET and the RTM and other community leaders, and consistency winds up mattering to these folks. So I
got you.
I'm
just look right here. Pre-K is 860 though.
I get that one.
This first grade is 864. 900 to 1,000 is what we talked about.
Yeah, our standard is 850, but whatever. And our first grade classroom is 915 in our standard.
But not when you put a ramp and handicap lift in it.
Are you able to just level this? Is there a way just to level these floors?
We wish, but there's floors above it. So if we fill it in, we end up with no headroom.
You don't know how high the ceilings are in there, do you?
Well, I actually been on a step ladder and poked my head above those ceilings.
Oh, okay.
And one of the things is, because it was once a clear span space, because it was a big room, the structure's rather deep. So we really can't just fill it in.
Yeah, okay.
Because that was our first idea. Why don't we just raise the floor.
Yeah,
And then we'd be dealing with one simple ramp.
yeah.
Um,
Okay. Look,
But
I'm sure you
I
guys
take your point.
exercise this a lot, right? It's just, it's a big number. And well, when we get around to actually talking about it, I'll comment. Let's deal with the construction questions first.
Ms. Hirsch.
So, Russ, I just wanted to ask you a quick question. You know, well, actually I have two and one, and Jen might be a good one to answer some of them as well. You know, I know one of the biggest issues in this building, as you notice, is the accessibility. There's no elevator in the building at all, and it has 6 different floor levels. You know, and I know Principal Bensfingo was just discussing with us how that affects for the pre-K rooms. And I'm sort of wondering how that really affects all of the ability for our students in that building to access classrooms and other facilities. And the second question I had is, we keep talking about the 2 ground floor classrooms that are located below, are identified as below the flood plain. And I was wondering, over the past how many other years have we had issues within those classrooms due to water? You know, that certainly is a big concern if you don't want water damage within the classrooms with things growing in the walls, so forth. So I'm just curious how long, if we've seen any concerns there.
Well, I'm happy to answer those. The most recent flooding in that space was, oh gosh, my computer's about to die. The most recent flooding was probably about 2 months ago, right at the beginning of the school year. We had a problem, and our facilities team is able to come in and deal with it, but it does happen. It typically happens from sewage. It's kind of complex, but there's sewage backup that because of where the toilets are too. So yes, the flooding does happen at least once a year. We're cleaning up the area down there. And then as far as the accessibility goes, we've talked about this. Our nurse's office is on the 2nd floor. So anybody who's injured at recess, for example, we have had to carry kids to the nurse's office. We have had to carry kids back down out of the building. We had a child who was in a severe accident last year, riding his bike to school, in fact. And he was a 5th grader. So the 5th graders are on the 3rd floor. He had to be relocated to a classroom on the 1st floor that we had to turn into a room for him because it had an accessible bathroom in it. And then he had to Skype into his classes up on the 3rd floor. And we would bring a couple of kids down there to work with him. If I have, my veterans who come in for Veterans Day, they can't enter through the front door of the school. The main entrance is on the 2nd floor of the school. And they have to actually come in through a back hallway down by the custodian's office and be brought around to any kind of an event. Same thing with grandparents, parents. I had a child who was broke a leg, was wheelchair bound in the 1st grade, and we had to relocate her because she couldn't get down the steps because she was in that little dip area. And so that, I can give you a long list of ways that building is inaccessible.
So, well, yes, I know. I've spent time in that building as well. But so my quick question then to you then is, in regards to the flooding, I know you said you had some recently in the past 2 months and about once a year. What happens when you have water issues within those classrooms? Are the students relocated, or is it able to be managed while the students are in the facility?
It depends on the nature of the flooding. In some instances, we've had to relocate the kids. Other times, it's happened over a weekend, for example. We've lost shelving and some furniture because it got wet, and the flooding happened during a storm over the weekend, but children weren't there. So we're able to go in, clean it up, and get it ready for kids again.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we get to you, I just wanted to ask about the document. So, Russ, I've looked at the document that we've got posted online, and while it's labeled educational specification, it certainly doesn't look like I'd expect it to look. It's got a lot of extraneous stuff, including the ranking system. and I don't know, maybe this is a question for Sean and Tony, but shouldn't we have a standard ed spec? I know what we've used in the past in terms of New Lab, the document that we just saw for Julian Curtis, and I'm a little concerned at what part of this document is it that we'd be voting on as an education specification.
I will say for me, it's been confusing because it hasn't, and maybe because we haven't done, I don't know, a lot of elementary construction recently, but I don't, there's not a consistent ed spec that we use, where in some districts you'd be voting on 3 pages. Both of these firms and the way we do feasibility study with an ed spec, where they do all of this concept work, it is part of the ed spec and the way we approach it in Greenwich.
Well,
I
guess I would say, Tony, if there's one thing we've done a lot of, it's actually elementary school construction in the past decade. We've got Glenville, Ham Ave, and New Lab. So I don't want anybody going back to the drawing board or inferring that I'm not supportive of this project, because I'm 100% supportive of both of the projects we've discussed tonight. But I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're voting on and what the go forward plan is, because as we were discussing last time, and Peter and I from experience know, you got to get the ed spec right, or basically you're putting yourself in a really bad spot. So I don't know. I'd like to see this reformatted and very clear as to what it is we're proposing needs to be done. And that's where you would see the layout of the rooms. There's actually one chart in here that looks mostly like an ed spec, and I don't know if I have the page in front of me, but it basically lays out, I think it's page, sorry, it jumped on me. It's page 8 of the document, lays out sort of the model program, the 2020 use, and option A. But I think this needs to be cleaned up. Anyway, that's just my thinking.
So can I ask Peter just a question on that, because we are having trouble getting these, I think, across the finish line, especially with JC. So can we separate out the feasibility and then just have the ed spec? Is that what?
Yeah, if you actually look at what they did for JC, the ed spec is an appendix, and it's very clearly delineated as to what's the ed spec versus what's feasibility. This is sort of a combined document, and it's not clear to me as to what it is we're being asked to vote on. So
separating them out is acceptable, and that's probably preferable, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense, because it is the ed spec that the building committee would be working from.
Thank you.
Mr. Scher?
I'm going to come back to your point in a minute, Peter, but I'll ask my question. Russ, have you guys looked at the requirements of the floodplain and construction in Greenwich already? I don't know if you know this, but everything down in Old Greenwich, major parts of Old Greenwich, if you do anything, everything has to be elevated. There are people spending God knows how much, because they change anything, they have to elevate their entire house. There's lots of homes in Old Greenwich that are being torn down and rebuilt because of that. I'm wondering what the requirements are here. If we open this in any way, are we required to comply to the whole building? Do you know?
The documents that we were provided show the floodplain, that there's only 2 classrooms in the floodplain that we've been discussing, that everything else is above it.
So your assumption is we wouldn't have to do that, right? Okay. By the way, just by way of information, there is a standard form in Connecticut for education specifications. It's provided by the Office of School Construction. You can look it up online. It's not a vague thing. I always thought it was weird, to Peter's point, with these 2 documents that we keep getting feasibility study documents. I really don't care if it gets prepared later, because somebody needs to prepare the whole form. I'm pretty certain that the one we had for New Lebanon probably need to be modified after the board voted on it. But Tony, it's not a question about the form of the ed spec. We just have to get it into that shape. If we know what the scope of the project is, and it's on here for action, You know, I'd rather see another document, but I mean, there's sufficient information. The critical information seems to be here. And then Russ, you're going to have to properly prepare a ed spec. I presume that was in your contract with us, but I don't know. That's for you. It's for Tony, for you and Sean to figure.
I'm happy to work on it however you like. When this
Okay.
process started, I forwarded
Great.
an outline for an ed spec. Frankly, that outline was from the New Lebanon ed spec.
Okay.
So
Let's hope that one complied with the state's requirements.
I think what you're referring to, Peter, is the application for grant has a specific compilation of spaces format that you need to do. And I do believe all the information you need to fill out that is in this document that we have provided. But the RFP that was sent to all the architects talks about a feasibility study that included those first 4 bullet items that were in this slideshow tonight. So we will tweak it. We will get it in whatever format you want. The content, the scope, the budget, I believe you have in front of you.
Okay. Great. So, Peter, are you ready for general comments about this?
I've got one more hand, and then we can do that.
What's that?
I've got somebody else's hand up, so let me just add, and then we can circle back, Peter. Ms. Stowe.
So it was clear that that Joe is our representative on Julian Curtis because he talked a lot about it, but who's our representative from the board on this?
I am Karen.
Oh, okay. So Karen, what are your thoughts? Are you recommending this?
I am recommending this. I think this is the right approach. I did, as my questions may have, so I can turn on my video, sorry. As my questions may have indicated at the beginning, you know, I'm obviously, Kathleen was cost sensitive, and I really wanted to understand the difference between A versus C, and what we were really getting. And obviously, you know, the difference in money and cost is not not a lot, but it is still several $1 million. And I wanted to make sure that there was a reason, and it made sense to include how it was being designed in that lower level space. And I have been in that building. Jen was kind enough to give me a tour. And I understand and appreciate the difficulties in this school. It is a unique challenge, to say the least. And I think, you know, Russ is definitely right in the sense that the committee itself and, you know, my role and when I served, I really did do a lot of listening to those that sat on the committee with the teachers, the parents, and in hearing their wants and needs, and they did rank them. You know, they did a great job in ranking them in comparison to say, you know, what would be my Christmas list if I had the whole shebang versus, you know, my must-haves. And I really do think that they were very conscientious of that fact. And this school is different than the other schools within the district, and it has unique challenges because of the way it was built over periods of time, plus its multiple levels and the floodplain issues because of where it's just geographically situated in Greenwich, creates challenges. So I do think that no, it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but it does rectify the problems that the school is currently facing. And given the fact that we're not really adding classrooms, but improving them, makes me happy. And one of my big concerns, and it's a concern I have for the JC project, is, you know, I'm looking at the numbers that we got from Ann in our last meeting on the enrollment study. And, you know, the numbers for Old Greenwich stay particularly flat over the next 10 years, which I think is an important assessment in understanding what we're spending here and what we're improving. And while we're not, you know, grandiosely adding on to this school, we're rectifying problems. And so that's why, you know, I am supportive of this one, is because we're not adding more for the sake of adding. And given the numbers, I think we're making the right changes to make the school practical and all rooms usable all the time, even when it rains.
All right. Mr. Chair, I think you had some additional thoughts you wanted to share. You're muted, Peter.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. No, I think we have to have that conversation. You know, coming into this conversation, I will tell you, I was not on board with this. I was not on board with this project. I'm not on board with this project for a couple of really, I think, practical and pragmatic reasons. And, you know, again, call me stuck in history. You know, this today starts my 12th year on the board. I cannot believe I'm actually saying that. I mean, just it's so wrong on so many levels. But it means I've seen these projects, and it means I've seen how they go through approvals. When I came on the board, even Peter wasn't involved in that. So these things have a real process to them. And if you're not careful, they can get completely tangled up and they become a wish list and they never get built. It goes on and on and on and on and on, and it doesn't get approved. And I'm really concerned, guys. I'll say this out loud. I mean, I was reviewing the master plan. I mean, if you haven't read our master plan document, I encourage you to go back and do it, because the master plan had a set of assumptions in it that are no longer valid. The master plan assumed capacity numbers that just we don't have. And a really good example of that is the master plan assumed that by now we would have 4,304 kids, elementary kids. Guess what our number is? 3,799. We're 500 kids short across the district. So the whole plan that Russ built was predicated on a set of assumptions, and he had to be. I mean, that was the proper way to do a facilities plan. But we're now in a place where we were supposed to be at the high water mark this year, actually, in the projections that are behind that. And in a lot of cases, we're not. We're way, way below school by school. In the case of OG, this year, we're supposed to be at 416 kids. That's the basis of this whole plan. And we're actually at 350. And there's only one elementary school where they're way over the projection. And oddly, it's North Mianus. And why they're not crying uncle, I'll never know. But everywhere else, we're way off. So I want to be particularly sensitive. I believe in this plan of we have to get handicap access like yesterday. That was my takeaway from the master plan. In a lot of cases, infrastructure needed to be upgraded. You know, lighting particularly, as an example, for instruction, other things, electrical, air conditioning, HVAC, so on and so forth. That stuff isn't sexy, but it needed to be done. The place I've always worried about this plan was the model program that drove all this classroom construction. And I don't want to not get handicap access yesterday and upgrading our systems yesterday, because we're going to ask for a whole bunch more school capacity, because that's what was called for in our plan, or classroom capacity, that might not bear out. I'm really worried that we'll all feel good to a local PTA for doing that, but then the project will linger because it'll go get stuck because someone's going to ask this question. The state asked us the question, by the way. If you were around for JC, Peter lived through this. He represented us. We had to go through this horrendous process of the governor himself, Malloy, didn't want us to build New Lebanon School. And they forced us through this whole discussion about school capacity. And fortunately, we got past it, but it was a long, tortured process. In the case of OG, what I'm hearing here is this is not adding capacity. This is just straightening out capacity. And if that's in fact true, then I could get behind this. I don't like this price tag. I think we're not being realistic at all about how much money is going to be available for capital projects. You know, let's face facts. We've gone to the candy store. Daddy told us we got $10 to spend and we want to walk in. And right now we're talking about spending 20 and 30. Reality is going to have to set in somewhere, but you know, let's let that process play out through our budget process. I think since we have OG on the table, it's a even trade, it seems to be. So based upon that, I don't like it, but I could get behind this project as it's been scoped by Russ, and I'd be prepared to support the ed spec. I realize what I'm saying isn't popular, but I'm asking people to be, I want to get things done for kids. I don't want to have Pyrrhic victories.
Thank you, Peter. I guess let me start with, this one certainly is not about change in enrollment, and I think JC is in the same boat. We as a board prioritized security, accessibility, health, and safety. It's why these projects and Riverside pop to the top of the list. And clearly that's what's driving the work here. When you look at the scaled down version of both of these projects against the master facility plan, what they've taken into account is the work that must be done as opposed to that programmatic work that you were mentioning, Peter. And I certainly understand the why of that. I'm not prepared to vote on this tonight. I want to see this in the ed spec format. I want to know what I'm voting on while a lot of the information is probably there. I don't want to be voting on the extraneous information. It's hard for me to call out exactly what is the ed spec versus what is the feasibility study. I certainly support this project. I think it's been right-sized. It's the right thing to do. But again, we're not in a rush to vote on this, so we don't have to vote on it tonight. So you know, I'm happy to hear what other members think. I want this to move forward, but I'm not prepared to vote on it tonight. Does anybody else have any thoughts? Ms. Kowalski.
So I have a question on that regarding, you know, we don't have to vote on it tonight. So I want to understand that piece of it, because I see Jen and she's looking anxious. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but what I want to understand is, are you saying by not voting on it tonight and moving it to the December 17th meeting, we are not losing any ground because you're saying nothing would happen between now and then anyway?
Correct. We, as the superintendent's proposed capital budget, this is not in her capital budget for 2021, 2022. You know, if you go based on the priorities in the master facility plan that the board previously voted on, Julian Curtis would be the first. We could try to move both projects, but you know, we talked
right, because this one's slated for 2024. So
right, exactly.
It's on for capital budget of 2024, which means we wouldn't start this project until 2024.
Well, the actual construction, there'd be work in front of that in terms of requesting money for the building committee to hire an architect and make plans. That happens in 1 year, and then you start following with construction. So if you're looking at the timeline that Tony and Sean had presented before, you'll see there's a little bit of money and then there's a bigger amount of money. So that little bit of money is for the building committee to do its work. The larger amount of money is the construction. It'd be the same for JC. But we will not lose any ground, because at this point, we haven't even voted on our capital request for next year. So there's time here if we want it.
So I have a question. How did we end up roughly on the same pathway as JC if JC is a year ahead?
So a couple of things have happened. The first year after the master facilities plan, the board actually requested money to do feasibility for JC, for OG, and for Riverside all at once because there were similarities between the buildings. It was felt that there'd be some efficiencies in doing that feasibility work all at the same time. The BET at that point gave us money for JC. There was a discussion about whether or not there really was savings. The BET basically said, look, start with one. As it turns out, there was savings in doing one, learning from that, and being able to do this, doing OG, we learned from JC. So it worked out that way. Last year, we requested money to do the next step of JC. However, COVID came and there was not a lot of money to be had. And so it basically got put off. And so that pushed it back a year. So it enabled the superintendent to pull together a feasibility team and to start the work on the JC feasibility. So now they look like they're stacked up, but when you look at the prioritization, obviously it's one then the other. And that's to prevent the lumpy bit we were talking about.
Got it.
All right, Ms. Downey.
I agree with Peter Bernstein. I think what we're voting on needs to be clearer, and however it's spelled out in whatever format it is, I support this project. But I think if it's kind of an administrative / ministerial matter, sorry, Russ, giving you some work to do, to just put it in a format of what is very clean, what we're going to vote on, so we're going forward. But I also think we've talked about both these projects several times, and I think we're getting into the beating a dead horse category. And I would like to see, to the extent you even said at our meeting on December 3rd, not even December 17th, if both could be in a format that we could vote on them, I would love to see that happen with that as a goal. And if it slips to the 17th, then so be it. But that would be my personal preference so that we resolve these and move forward.
Thank you. Ms. Olson?
Yeah, super quick, just for sake of time, but I also think that the fact that we have, schools like this that are not ADA accessible is just a crying shame and outrageous in the most negative way. So I 100% support this project, but also agree that we need to fully understand what we're voting on the first time around. So I guess ditto.
Thank you.
So why don't I do the same thing where I withdraw the motion and let's table it to December 3rd for both of them.
This was Karen made the motion, so it's up to her. But Mr. Sherry, you've got your hand up. We'll take that, and then we'll see where we land.
Guys, it's 10:52 at night. Okay, look, I don't know who is running this railroad with these agendas. I don't know how these items get onto the agenda if they're not ready. This is a voting item. It's not a discussion item. If somebody has got to stop doing this with the board. I don't know who's doing it, but if you're going to put an item on here that's an ed spec, somebody needs to review these things in advance and put it on the agenda, and it's a proper document and we can vote on it. This is ridiculous. Whoever's doing it the next time, please do whatever the heck is your homework so you don't waste everybody's time.
All right, Peter, point made. All right, so Ms. Hurst, do you want to withdraw the motion?
I will withdraw the motion.
All right, and the goal would be to try to take this up at our December 3rd meeting, is not to prolong this or have to do this at our December meeting, which is mostly focused on the budget. So an approval of the budget. So we'll take that up in our next chair meeting. So Russ, thank you very much. We appreciate the continued work on this and look forward to being in a position to approve this soon. All right, we're going to move on to our next action item, which is the monthly financial and staffing report. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to accept the monthly financial and staffing report. Is there a second on that item?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. All right, Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay, so this is the operating fund as of October 31st, so the fourth month of the school year. Year-to-date expenses $34 million, which is 20.8% of the full year budget. From a year-to-year perspective, we are down about 900,000 or 2.7% versus the same period last year. And that's primarily due to savings that we had this summer relative to ESY and summer school. And that was partly offset by a year-to-year impact of a delayed transportation billing from the prior year. Compared to budget, we know we have savings already in the wood related to the ESY and summer school, and in transportation, one from ESY and two from the savings at Greenwich High School related to the hybrid Wednesday. So we've got 11 buses that are not running on Wednesdays, and that's real savings to us. So we're not paying that bill. As far as capital goes, as of November 9th, our available capital, and that's all years combined, $28 million, and that's down about 2.1 from the financial report in September. Almost all of the reductions were in prior year appropriations, mostly in 2019 projects. And as we've said all along, we continue to focus on completing capital projects, and a huge focus on especially completing the prior year appropriation years, namely 2018 through 2020. School lunch, we're struggling in school lunch. Revenue, year to date is 438,000, which is down year to year, about 419,000. And when you break it up, the driver there is a decrease in cash sales of about 520,000, and it's partly offset by an increase in reimbursements, higher reimbursements related to increase in free and reduced and the food deliveries. Expense year to date, we're at 658,000. That's lower year to year than where we were a year ago at 877. So we're down 219,000, driven by lower salaries and food costs. But that's partly offset by increased or unbudgeted transportation costs relative to food delivery. For the full year, we're already projecting, given where we are in October, we're already really projecting that we're going to miss revenue by at least $400,000. It probably will be significantly more than that if everything continues the way it is, and we should expect to underrun on salaries and food costs, especially food costs associated with that revenue shortfall. Transportation, it's unbudgeted, relative to the food delivery. That will continue for the rest of the year. So we are looking at, food services in a net loss position, I think, for the full year. Don't know what that number is yet, but I would tell you we'll definitely underrun revenue, and although we'll underrun salary expense and food cost, our transportation costs relative to food delivery will offset a good chunk of that. And then finally, COVID related, as of today, we're at about 2.188 million in COVID related expense incurred in the 2021 school year. As I mentioned previously, we have grants, CARES Act, 2 grants totaling $1.962 million. The 2.2 that we've spent so far, basically on supplies, PPE, facilities related, and technology, especially for remote learning. We do anticipate when we did purchase, supplies, including PPE, we bought it for roughly the first semester. So we will be likely ordering additional PPE in the coming weeks. So we'll see where we are at that point. But, it's likely we'll be ordering more PPE for the rest of the year. And so that's all I had for the financials. Any questions?
All right, Ms. Kowalski.
Sean, my question goes to the food service. It's been brought to my attention that kids aren't paying for lunch anymore, even though they can buy lunch, they're not paying for it. Is that right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. They can
So-
still buy snacks and, extra things, but absolutely right. We are getting reimbursed for meals that are being delivered to all students.
Oh, okay. So there's a reimbursement cost to that.
There
you're
is
saying.
actually the reimbursements are pretty good. So yes, we are getting much more. We'll probably more than double our state reimbursement costs this year.
Okay, so we're losing revenue on food service because we're just not providing the traditional hot lunch that we did, and kids aren't
Exactly.
buying more there. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, and we obviously will have lower food costs, and we didn't replace 2 positions that were vacated, so that's some savings as well. But the transportation cost for delivery of food is totally unbudgeted.
Okay.
And by the way, I saw a survey, a CASBO survey, which is all the business officials in districts around Connecticut. They are all in the same boat. They're all losing money. They're all projecting a deficit for the year. Not that makes me feel any better, but we're not alone.
Ms. Downey.
Hi, Sean, thanks. Just a couple of minor questions. So on the page where we talk about like the open positions, the vacancy report, there's a couple positions on hold that I thought we were eliminating. So I don't know if it's just because that's in the budget and differently, like the I thought, and maybe I'm getting confused, like the assistant director of HR, and because it kind of, the notes say that it's awaiting superintendent's approval. So it's kind of a false to have them on there as open positions if we're not going to fill them.
Yep, you're right. Okay. We'll take them off.
Okay. And then on the page about the COVID expenditures, on the second part of it where you talk about the surplus return to the town, which would require interim appropriation, I'm not sure we should have that in there as a budgeted item because we don't really know where we're going to wind up. I think we're going to have to ask for money, but we don't know that what we gave back last year is something we're going to get back this year. I don't know, it just strikes me. I think it confuses the issue because it's not money we actually have. Whereas the ESSER and the other CARES Act and the other fund, we actually do get those funds.
I hear your point. The only reason we put it on there was just when we were starting to put this chart together.
Yeah.
The return to the town was fairly recent and would kind of a reminder. But I hear your point.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Chair.
So Sean, the next time we see this report, that'll get cleaned up, or you'll keep doing that?
It will be cleaned up.
Okay. The second thing was, Sean, I didn't really understand what you said about food transportation. What did you say?
Yeah, we are still delivering food, around town, for families, for kids that are remote. We're still delivering food, and that was something that was expanded, for reimbursement all summer long, and then the federal government expanded it to the end of the school year through June of 2021. So we're getting reimbursements for that.
Oh, okay. Because I thought I heard you say, we have all this expense and it's not reimbursed, and I'm like, what?
No. We're getting
okay.
we get reimbursed. We get money back for that.
And then the last part that I wanted to ask about, Sean, was the transportation. I think the idea was, as the way Tony presented in the summer, is it's kind of like schools, right? we have to keep all schools open, all classrooms, all teachers, and then we have this separate school. And it's based on the premise that I have to be ready at any moment for everyone to come back to the building, right? And that probably made sense in the beginning when you had no idea what the behavior of people was actually going to be. The same thing went on with the superintendent with transportation. You know, we run this regular bus network, but we told people, hey, you know, we're not going to be able to social distance on the bus, so drive your kids to school. And now everybody's in the pattern, a lot of people are in the pattern of driving their kids to school. I realize there are kids riding on buses. I'm wondering now that we're 2 months in and this thing has settled down and you can kind of see what it's going to look like in a COVID steady state. I mean, I think the likelihood of these, someone will call me Chicken Little again because I said this. The likelihood of all these kids now flooding back into the system with what is coming is probably unlikely. So my question is, I've seen buses because I see lots of buses riding around empty. So I'm wondering if it doesn't make sense now to redo the bus network on days even other than Wednesday at the high school and consolidate some routes temporarily until we get the vaccine and the world goes back to normal, which will presumably be sometime in 2021, but my guess is it wouldn't be before June of 2021. And that we don't accrue those savings now. Because I know you're concerned about a budget gap for next year, right? Given there's precedent in taking monies from one year and prepaying. I don't know why we don't prepare ourselves with all potential contingencies. Have you guys thought about redoing the bus network because all these buses are running empty?
We have talked about it, but we have not made any decisions at this point. It was basically where we are now is the way it was designed for the beginning of the school year, but we should take another look at it. Absolutely. Because the, you know, by design, the, you know, with parents taking their kids to school, the ridership counts are pretty low.
Do you have a sense of what rough percentages across the district they are? What's our average? Would you say it's 50%? What?
There's actually a ridership count happening this week, so I'll have a really good view of it by the end of the week or early next week.
Would you mind sharing that with us once you have it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And if I could just add, Peter, we have been monitoring it. I was just looking at it today for September, October, and we're just waiting, as Sean just said, on the next one. Some buses are running at 50% and some are like really, really low. You know, for CDC kind of guidelines, it was really 12 on a bus. But we are monitoring that and looking across the whole district.
Yeah, and I understand why you wouldn't have, you know, it was done the way it was done. And I wouldn't have made any changes either until I actually got live data. But now that we're kind of, you know, a couple months in, there's probably some decent data to make some decisions. It's something to think about, that's all. Sean, thank you for your report.
You're welcome.
Sean, just before we move on to vote on this, one, don't wait on ordering PPE.
No, I know.
No reason to be waiting on that because it could be a long wait. And then I know you flagged school lunch clearly as something to watch. Is there anything else we should be paying attention to, you know, coming in the next few months?
We're getting outplaced tuition, our favorite topic. If you look at what's been expensed and encumbered and cases that are pending, we're up around, you know, let's just recap the numbers. We budgeted 5.4. We told the BET that we would likely need, you know, I'm giving exact numbers. When we went back in the spring, I think we were talking about a number of 1.5, but the latest number and what we budgeted for 21-22 was 1.9 additional, 7.3. just relative to that 7.3, we're already at 6.9 when you factor in year-to-date expense, encumbrances, and then cases that are known to be pending. So we're pretty close already, and it's November.
All right, well, thank you for that. All right, not seeing any other comments. The motion is to accept the monthly financial staffing report. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. So Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that passes unanimously, 8-0. Our next item is budget transfers. So moving along, I'll make the motion to accept the budget transfers. Is there a second?
Yes. Stowe.
Thank you, Stowe. All right, Sean, budget transfer, please explain.
Okay, there's one that requires board approval since it's over 10,000. It is a transfer of $14,500 of available transportation budget in the music program to fund unbudgeted stipends for learning facilitators in the music program. So it's the music program reallocating some of their budget from transportation to stipends.
I guess I'll ask, so how was this missed and did we build it into next year's budget already?
It is, I don't know how it was missed, but I know it's built into next year's budget.
It wasn't missed.
What's that, Peter?
It wasn't missed. This is what happened when the administration decided not to teach the music curriculum. And what they came back and said is, now we can't split billets anymore. So just a reminder that this is what our head of music was saying about splitting billets at the elementary school.
I'm not sure based on the explanation on the page that that's exactly right, but that's fine. I understand.
Yeah, I think she said that I can't have people transported between schools anymore. I don't know, I wasn't clear why. And that I thought she said, that'll mean nobody will drive from one place to the other. They'll be in the building, and that she needed supplemental substitutes or class monitors to be able to do that. I thought that's what this item is, no?
No, it's not actually. The learning facilitators are generally sitting in, like the high school budget, for instance, they have their learning facilitator funds.
Yeah.
And in this year's budget, we had a couple of coordinators that plugged in learning facilitators that weren't actually approved, like through HR. Nobody really knew they existed. So when the budget was being reduced last year, they got taken out because they weren't sitting in the right spot. They are built in for next year going forward. But
So what does it have to do with transportation then, Tony?
They're because they're not using some of their transportation funds. They're wanting to put those make sure they have those LFs for this school year. So they want to use transfer money from their transportation fund they're not using to be able to have those learning facilitators in place.
Okay, so when are we going to see the budget transfer for the thing that you guys presented in music?
Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing there. Sean, you may know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand that, Peter.
In the elementary school, they have music people who have split billets, meaning they're split between two buildings.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously have to pay them to transport them from one place to the other, right? You have to, right? You must have a line for that expense. Right? Mileage, they put the mileage somewhere, right?
Yeah, I think they would get mileage.
Yeah.
Right. But what she said is they're not going to be doing that anymore. They're not going to be splitting billets between buildings anymore.
Peter?
No. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. It just
this is far beyond the scope of the item in front of us. So if somebody could dig out that information for Peter, whether there'll need to be a transfer.
I don't need it. I just need to be sure you guys got it covered.
Well, it's beyond the item that's in front of us now, Peter. So we're going to move on. Ms. Hirsch?
I was actually going to note that, well, there was, my one question was that it noted that it was transportation for field trips, being that we're not taking field trips. I think that that's why it was moved. That would be my question. Is it said it was for field trips that was being moved, since we're not taking them, it's being moved to another area within within music. But then the explanos at the bottom said the stipends were for 6 art learning facilitators. So I was just curious, since this was for they both say that they're for music, but then the note says something about art. I just was curious as to if that was just a typo or what.
Yeah, I think that's a typo. It's all in music.
No, it's for both music and art.
Okay.
Okay, but was the transportation initially set aside for field trips? I mean, I know in music, obviously, we have students from the elementary and middle schools that go and watch concerts at the high school in past years when there wasn't COVID, and we've provided transportation, and there's other music field trips like that. Is that what?
It was music and art field trips.
Okay, so then it makes perfect sense that we're not doing field trips this year and it's in another area. Okay, thank you.
All right, then we'll go ahead and take a vote on the budget transfer. So Bernstein is a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Schiff.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, with that, we are to the final item, agenda planning. So I've noted we'll have to pick up the JC and OG ed specs as action items. Tony, we will need to connect and figure out how quickly we can get those back in proper form in order to take them up. Does anybody have anything else for agenda planning?
Do we need to fly over math again after all these questions, these unanswered questions get answered?
Well, let's wait and see what we get for the data, Peter. But I will go ahead and put it on my just on my notes, math question mark, and if we're not satisfied with what we get back, we can talk about when we want to do that. All right. With that, Mr. Kelly, did you have a motion for us?
Yes, please. Motion to adjourn.
I'm going to second that motion. So Bernstein's a yes. Stowe?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Downey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes, please.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
And Cher.
Yes.
And thank you to the 20 people that stayed on till the end. We had about 200 at the beginning. Everybody have a good night. Stay safe.
Night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.